Why does it smell like gas in my house? Oh, the oven's on. Right. I just turned it on. Did it actually come on? Let's check. Yes, it's warm in there. Okay, good. That would be a really auspicious start to stream, right? You're like, why is there gas in my house? Yikes. Anyway, Bella says, I have sub-zero Arctic sleeping bags I don't use. I'll take them. I have, my sleeping bag, the sleeping bags I have are rated down to like, I don't know, 10 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that, which is not really all that great. I usually just sleep in my clothes in the sleeping bag. And that's that. I don't, we use the small A-frame tent though, because it holds heat better and has a vestibule on it. So I do have some level of winter specific strategy, but not that much, honestly. Rated a negative 40. Whew. They weigh a ton. Right. I mean, I car camp. I wouldn't, like, I'm not backpacking. This is not, we're pulling everything out of the car, setting up camp, and then lighting a campfire right away. Mike says, I almost got one, so then I realized I don't like the cold that much to stay that low. Valid. That's a valid reason not to have them. I don't have them because I just use the same one all year. When it's colder, I wear more inside of it. When it's sweltering in the summer, I lay on top of it. I also don't have an inflatable ground pad. I literally just use one of those foam mattresses. I am not a like creature comforts type person in that regard. I'm just not. I don't know. Okay. Here's what we're doing today. We have a list. Are you ready? We have to cook some chicken thighs. We're going to do that because I'm making ramen. One of the lunches is going to be like packaged ramen. I'm going to use some of that vegetable chicken stock that I made the other day to cook it in, and I'm going to add corn and some chopped up broccoli and a bit of chicken, like already pre-cooked, just like pop it in and heat it up. So we're going to do that. We're going to freeze the rest of the chicken thighs because I got like a big package of chicken thighs. We're going to start the peppers and onions that I want to caramelize. We're doing hot dogs, like spicy hot dogs one night, or they're like spicy sausages. I forget exactly what they're called. We'll look at them. They're in the fridge. So we're going to do like peppers, onions, cheese, and spicy dogs on like a hoagie roll, like an Italian roll. Then we're going to do the mix-ins. Then we're going to make a sloppy joe. Calvin always loves sloppy joe. I have made this like a bunch of times on stream. We're using my friend Megan Splon's recipe, which I don't actually believe is online anymore. Anyway, it is wait, where is it? Megan, there she is. Okay, there's a link to her stuff in chat. She's trying to get to a larger number of Substack subscribers this year. It would be amazing if you would click on that link and just like subscribe for the free version. There's a link to that in chat. Really close friend of mine and food content creator, parent person on the internet. Her Instagram is also really great. She has really good Instagram stories. So anyway, we're making my friend Megan's sloppy joe recipe. Then we're going to do the mix-ins for the ramen. We'll get the corn ready. We'll get the broccoli ready. We're going to make griddle cakes from... We're not making the griddle cakes, but I'm making the mix for them. From this book, Cook It Wild. This is a book that one of the friends of the stream sent to my PO box, and they are I'm grateful for that. I've been digging into it, and we're going to make our first recipe out of this for this trip. These corn, cheddar, and green onion skillet cakes. So what I need to do for these are cut the scallions, cut the cheese, no pun intended, get the dry mix ready. Somewhere in there, we're going to vacuum pack a bunch of the vegetable stock that I made so that I have room in the freezer. And I think that's going to be it for the day. So we have about 4-ish hours to get all of that done. I know that it's possible. If I wasn't talking and generally like whatever, explaining what I'm doing, this is probably an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of like prep. So I'm confident I can get it done in that amount of time. Let's see if we can get it done on stream. Master Splits. Cheesesteaks would be a great campfire meal because you just put the big griddle over the grate on the campfire and fry the beef, fry the onions, same griddle, just straight into a roll. Oh my God. Whew. Excuse me. I worked out this morning and then I didn't hydrate, and now I'm just like, my body's like, feed me, please, water, please. So, anyway, let's, I have all these recipes from before, that I need to edit. Gwen has requested, that I make turkey/chicken tetrazzini, at some point soon. So I'm going to do that. But not today. I could make that today. But you know what we don't need in this house? More leftover pasta. There's still a bunch in the fridge. That's going to be dinner tonight, and then Gwen's going to eat the rest of it this weekend. Okay, so let's start with the chicken thighs, because those are, we're just going to start with the meat. What I'd like to do is make things that I'm like, make this. I don't want to start with the prep this time around. I want to do the big stuff first, and then we'll do the small nitpicky stuff at the end, because I could always do that later if we run short on time. Can we do campfire Philly cheesesteaks? You know, I just responded, I think, Sofa, if you commented on the live stream on YouTube of the camp out, and I definitely want to do another one of those. I'm excited and interested in doing another camping stream. I am, how am I phrasing this? I want to do this gets into the schedule for next week. But I want to do another test stream with my I want to do another test stream with my am I going to put these? No, I'm not going to put these on parchment paper. With my current IRL setup, because I was reading a bunch. A bunch of things. But I want to do a test stream to see if I need to make changes there. And I think the next time the next camping stream we'll do, I don't know if I'll do a cold weather one. I feel like that would be too much to do. Or it might be like, I feel like I would not be in a great place to do that. When it's cold, I don't want to be like moving around and kind of talking. I just want to be like sitting by the fire and surviving. So I think a springtime camping trip, like March, maybe would be ideal. That's my thought. I need to schedule. Basically, like over the holiday, a couple weeks from now, I'm gonna look at my. I'm gonna look at my spring schedule. Like I'm scheduled out. I'm scheduled out through the end of the year for many things. Not completely yet for stream because TBD on some of the IRL stuff that I have. That was a lot of acronyms. Some of the in real life streams, I haven't determined if I can do them yet. So we're gonna kind of take a pause. Anyway, let's grind some pepper into this pan before I put before I get my wet chicken hands all over it. All that is to say, I did the one camping stream last year. I'd like to do I'd like to do 2 or 3 in 2026. That was sort of a shakeout. That one I sort of considered as a like, hey, I don't even know how this is going to go. Now that I have some confidence that like there's reception in that area, I feel like I can plan a little bit more for it. I wasn't sure how it would be like doing streaming during a thing that I've never streamed during before. You know, just like the first couple IRL streams that I ever did, I was like, you know, I was just like unsure. Anyway, now I'm a little bit more familiar, and I feel like it's something I can sort of plan for better. I can have a better run of show plan for. Woma, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior. It is indeed Friday, Junior. I'm getting some salt and pepper going here. Bella says, the only problem with the canvas tents is you cannot put them away wet. You need a possible place to dry them out, and it could be a pain. See, that's something that I would probably end up like bringing home and like putting it up on the roof, not setting it up, but just like putting it up there. And just like laying it flat out there. But even that is not that wouldn't be ideal. So yeah, I'm aware that you can't put the canvas tents away wet. They get moldy basically in an instant. I know that from having worked at summer camp and living in a canvas tent all summer. And like when it rains, you have to like put the flaps down on it, or else it like your shit smells like mold. The Sounds of Nature made the stream cozy. I know. I've watched it before. I watched that one back a little bit too, and I was like, the mic picked up a lot, more than I thought it was going to. Woma, welcome in. Did I say hi to you already? I saw your name. I'm reading down in chat, but usually I like to say hi to people if I see them before I respond to messages. Anyway, hello, welcome, happy Thursday. It's never smart to put a tent away wet. No, I almost always put if my tent is wet, I will like throw it over the car in the day after. I'll literally just like drape it over the car if I don't have anywhere else to put it. Pettigrew, I kind of like the smell of mold. It's earthy. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you to a point on that. I don't like the smell of mold on my gear. But I don't mind it if I like encounter it. I understand. I know what you mean. It's one of those things where you're like but like there's a point where it's like too much. Beep Boop Beth, enjoy your look. Thanks for saying hi. All right. So this is just gonna, we're ready to freeze this chicken. I'm gonna pop this in the oven. Oven is on, it's at 400. Let's set a timer for 25 minutes. We'll check it at that point. This is just not leftover, but we're gonna go in the, this is for storage purposes. We're gonna pop this in here, somewhere. Somehow this is going in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm not freezing anything. By the way, for this trip, I usually will freeze a bunch of my stuff that I'm making. Like I would generally freeze my sloppy Joe. I'm not going to do that this time because it's going to be below freezing. I don't need things cold. I don't need the cooler to stay cold with cold stuff because it's going to be cold from the outside. Avo, I'm with you. I feel like there's like there's a moment where you're like, oh, that's oh, that's not just fungus, that's mold. The wooden platform bellows is great. I loved having a wooden. When I was working at a summer camp, I lived out in a tent for like 10 weeks during the summer. And it was one of those big canvas tents, 8 by 12 or 8 by 10 or 10 by 6, 12 by 16. That had like the big wall tents, and they had a big wooden frame and then two kind of runners along the side that you just like put the outriggers to, and they were the wooden frame was amazing. And like it was all weather. It didn't matter, you know, like, oh, it's raining, great, put your flaps down. The air is important. Are you using wood, or are you using something like Trex or some sort of synthetic? I remember in the years since I stopped working there, they started using Trex decking to build those platforms, and it's more expensive, but they last longer. There's like a trade-off. You don't need to treat them. They're just good forever. It's more expensive though, so there's that. If I was going to build one, I'd probably want to do something with the Trex, but because they don't rot. Because we're talking about like mold and fungus, like you don't have to stain them, you don't have to treat them, you use them like wood. They don't split either. They were great. The only thing with those is that they can get slick, but I feel like that's a fine trade-off. Because if you're not letting them get wet anyway, it really doesn't matter all that much. But yeah, we used to use the wooden ones forever, and then they stopped and started building them with Trex because they just last longer. There's a cat around. There's a cat at my feet. Hello. It's Elsie again. The Canadian fridge, true caretaker. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Canadian fridge. It's definitely, I'm going to bring an ice pack, but only so that my stuff stays cold in the car. Like, basically, once we get to the campsite, it's going to be cold. Like, I don't need to worry about any type of, I don't need to worry about getting ice. Like, I don't need to worry about my drinks, generally speaking. And the thing is, if you keep stuff in the car, and it's below freezing outside, the car stays just warm enough that your beverages don't freeze. So that's ideal. All right, what am I doing here? We're gonna do we're prepping onions for sausage and peppers, and then we're gonna prep onions for the sloppy Joe. We're gonna do those at the same time. Then we're gonna do the peppers at the same time. We'll put the peppers and onions on the stove, and then we'll get the sloppy Joe going right after that. So I'm moving fast today. I generally am not, I'm generally not trying to like hurry things up, you know? However, as I mentioned earlier, my mom will be up in town. She's coming to the show, Calvin's show tonight. And I don't really know what time she's getting here. But all that aside, I want to be finished by 16:30 so that I can get myself like ready to go. I can sort of make, you know, I can switch gears from being in the kitchen and doing kitchen things to getting ready to go to the show. Fellow says you need to drill and use anchor screws. I feel like that's something, if you're putting a wood platform in, I feel like there's a solution there. Elsie, what do you want, baby girl? She wants something. She's here. Hubert Chicago on YouTube, welcome in. You're here now. Oh, now you want to be held. She didn't want to be held earlier, and now she does. Now she's purring. Deck screws with large washers, or like an eye bolt would be good. Is it square or round? Because if it's square and you're doing a platform, you could do like an outrigger sort of that goes out and up, like just like a ledge, like a 2x4 ledge that you kind of tie stuff off to. If it's round, it's a little more difficult, but baby, this cat is purring like crazy. She's purring so big right now. She was trying to climb my leg and pawing and pawing and pawing and begging to be picked up. She's really purring, aren't you? Lucy, welcome in. Can you hear that? Baby. Baby girl. See, we can pause to hold a cat. We can pause to hold a cat when the cat wants to be held. Mm-hmm. See, now the tail's going. Now she's like, all right, I don't know about this. Too much cuddle. No. What's the swish for? Huh? Baby girl? Is it just because you smelled the chicken? You think there's meat? You think there's meat, baby? She did need a good cuddle. We all need a good cuddle sometimes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we're just pawing at someone else's leg, asking for cuddles. Mm-hmm. Baby. Okay. We're going to get down now because I'm going to keep cutting onions, okay, honey? Okay. I bet you'll be back when the beef comes out. Mm-hmm. Oh. Sometimes I get notifications like 40, 50 minutes after a stream starts. It's kind of wild to me. I wonder if there's I kind of wonder sometimes I'll be like, I'll pop onto Twitch and I'll get a notification and it'll be 30, 40, maybe almost up to an hour sometimes after a stream has started. And I'm wondering if there's some sort of algorithmic decision that happens where it's like, oh, you know, you watch this stream regularly. They've been live and notifications kind of already happened, but whatever. Like, but we know that you watch the stream regularly, so like let's give you a notification anyway, even well after the fact. I'm wondering if there's any validity to that line of thinking. Probably not. It's probably just messed up. It's probably just messed up. I'm glad you can hear the purring. So for 1,000 chat messages. God damn. Twinderella, your chicken adventure continues. It pleases me greatly to know that you have like all of this on the way. I don't know if I would have anywhere to store it, even with having a freezer in my basement. I'd be like, I feel like it would be hard to store that much. It would be fun to process it though. You get your like butcher's smock on, go to town. We're going to turn 110 pounds of chicken into meatballs. 20 hours later. For the sloppy joe, I need to fine dice this onion. So we're going to get a little more into this one than the last one. To clean out the bottom of the chest freezer. What do you have plans for the stuff in the bottom? The bottom of my chest freezer, I have an admission to make. In the bottom of the chest freezer in my basement is still a small bag of the vegetable puree that I made Calvin when he was still not yet on solids. I can't bear to get rid of it yet. I can't bear to get rid of it just yet. One of these days, when the freezer loses power and everything goes bad and thaws, that's when I'll get rid of it. But like, it's the last batch. He like stopped eating. As you can imagine, I bulk made a lot of this stuff. Let me wash my hands again after petting Elsie. I think I did that already, but I bulk made a lot of it. You know, I've got a gallon bag of these little frozen ice cube size I think it's beet puree that's in there. And like he transitioned to solids and we never went back. And there's probably like 15, 20 little ice cubes of beet puree in there. And I just like, I can't do it. So every time I clean out the chest freezer, I like put them back in the bottom and I'm like, maybe next time we'll get rid of these. But not this time. Maybe this time I'll win. What, baby? You are just wanting attention today. That you cannot get in there. The trash can is open. No. I'm sorry, you can't. She's like, but please. I have once. Liz, welcome in. Hello. A few things are freezer burnt beyond saving. Right. That's, yeah, super stock. That's perfect. And even the meat. I mean, if you have meat in there that's been frozen for a long time, like, I would let it thaw a little bit. And if it's still smells okay, I'd make a stock out of that too. That's exciting though. Good opportunity to. I love when you have like a reason to clean the thing out, because then it feels like not this futile project. Okay. We are working. Cabaret, nailed it. Yes. That is exactly it. The duck breast from the void. That could be it's quite an adventure you have ahead of you. I love when I find unlabeled stuff in the freezer, and I'm like, wonder what this is. It's like frozen in a quart container. And I'm just like, is this soup or liquid or stock, or like, what am I looking at here? Who knows? Okay, so we're doing peppers and onions in both the sloppy joe and to just slow cook. So I'm kind of doing like onions 2 ways, and then we'll do peppers 2 ways. Probably extra stew. That's usually, I know for me, it's almost always stock. I go through periods, Liz, I do, where sometimes I don't label stuff. And I think for me, it's more around the packaging. If it's in, now almost, like, for example, I don't want to pull it out because it's holding other things up. But for example, when I put stock in the freezer now, I pretty much always vacuum seal it. And so the stock portion is like, if it's in a vacuum seal bag, it's stock. If it's in a quart container, like still in a quart container, it's usually a soup. So I kind of have that delineation, but sometimes I don't label stuff if I'm moving too quickly. Okay, I'm making sure that I keep my phone on and handy and visible because, as I said earlier, excuse me, Grandma Meet at Dad's is going to be here this afternoon. I don't know when she is arriving, but she is arriving. Hopefully by 4:30. I asked her to be here by 4:30, but no later than 4:30. So that's also coincidentally when I'm planning on ending stream. So I'm just keeping my phone nearby in case she texts or calls. More likely calls. She's a phone caller, not really a texter, but like same. Ground moose, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool, actually. Is moose, this is probably a silly question, but moose is all dark meat, right? Like, there's no light meat in moose. Kind of like bear. Like, bear is just completely dark and oily. I've had bear before. I've not had moose before. I remember the first time I had bison, and it's interesting because now you can just buy bison in the grocery store. It's like a new, not new, obviously bison is not new, but the trend toward eating bison meat as opposed to beef, it has been on the uptick in the past probably 15 years, maybe more than that. But I remember This was, I don't know, 25 years ago. I remember getting bison for the first time. We were out west. I was in Wyoming, and we went to Wall Drug, which if you've ever been out west, you've seen signs for Wall Drug. It's in South Dakota, actually, not Wyoming, as I just said. But, well, I had a bison burger at Wall Drug, and I remember being like, whoa, this is like so novel and so unique. And now, like, I can just buy bison in like the local grocery store. So it is notable how different it is now. Also notable how expensive beef is. Holy shit. I bought beef for my Sloppy Joes, and I was like, oh my God, how can anyone eat this regularly? I don't eat beef regularly just for other reasons, but like, damn. It was like ridiculous. I'll look at the price tag on it, but I was like, I can't, this is like, there's no way I would be eating this regularly. This is insane. Yeah. Yeah, like, no. Okay, and then we're gonna have pepper strips too. It should fit in here. Okay, we're almost there. Savory Sailor, welcome in. Ground bison and ground veal and made meatballs. Yeah, now there you go. Now we're talking. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Rarely. Rarely, it's rarely for dinner in my house, just in general. I almost always do chicken or seafood or like vegetables. I mean, we do have dairy frequently, like eggs obviously are a regular thing. But I was like, I hadn't bought beef in a couple months. And I was like, damn. Or hit up Aldi. Yeah. Aldi is great. Aldi's like the cheapest grocery store around me anyway, that I have access to. I have not had, I don't even think I've had a steak in years. What was the last beef thing that I ate? Probably either meatballs or, honestly, probably Sloppy Joe, the last time I made it. A pizza. Excellent, though. Yeah, that's when you like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's moved from a like everyday food to a, you know, it's not like a luxury, but it's still like it's a top. It's not I don't think beef is an everyday food. I mean, I'm sure it is for a lot of people because they're not sort of just unfamiliar with what else to eat. We've been so cultured to eat beef in the US that it's like, I think some people have a hard time imagining that they're, or like, I think that some people have a difficult time, like figuring out what to do with other meats that are not chicken. Like chicken breasts and ground beef are like the backbone of the general American diet, it seems like. Okay, so we're fine chopping, fine dicing some red pepper and onion. That's going to go in the Sloppy Joe, and the onion, sliced onion and sliced pepper are going to go in the in just a pan to slow cook those. And those are going to go on some hot dogs or spicy sausages. Really are a beef everyday person in my 20s and through your 30s, definitely the easiest option. Right. It is. And it is an easy option. And the other thing is it's like very, very available. Like we have a meat economy that's based on that. Okay, my timer just went off for my speaking of timer just went off for the chicken. So I'm gonna slice this pepper into strips, and then we'll check the chicken before moving on to putting these two things on the stove. So once we get these two things on the stove, I'll be feeling pretty good because that is the big. These are the two kind of big cooking things. The Sloppy Joe is mainly the cooking, the most intensely cooked thing, and it's really not that much. So we're getting there. Like I said, I'm kind of moving a little quicker than usual today because I want to definitely want to finish up a hard stop at 4:30, and if we finish cooking a little bit before then, I have some organizational stuff I want to do. So I'd like to get to that. That way I don't have to do it later tonight. Chase says, I think chicken has surpassed beef in average consumption. Maybe. I'm definitely not equipped to answer that question, but confirm that. But it does seem like, I don't know. I anecdotally, it has, for a lot of people I know, I don't know, but I also live like in Philadelphia where things are, I don't know. Cities are always a little different. It did used to be cheap though, a lot cheaper. I love buying a whole chicken. That's my favorite method of cooking chicken. Prices will go down on day one. Plot twist. Didn't say which day was day one. The first day the prices go down, that's day one. It's the day that prices went down. Obviously. This chicken is possibly finished. Temp check. 140, 150. Not quite. I'm gonna give that like 5 minutes. Okay. Let's get these in a pan. This doesn't need to be preheated because I'm slow cooking them. So let's just I'm going to put all of these in at once, and these will sort of marinate and cook down. Once they're in this pan and, kind of everything is soft and reduced in volume, they'll be a lot smaller. So this pan has got a lot, looks like it's got a lot in it, but as I kind of toss these and stir them, and they cook slowly, we'll get smaller. I always make that mistake, and I start out my peppers and onions in like a huge pan, and then at the end of it, there's like a little tiny pile of peppers and onions like right in the middle. Okay, these look good. These look good. And we're gonna, no need to kind of get everything covered right now. It's all gonna end up getting stirred a bunch of times. So let's get this. These are like some papery looking onion pieces in here. So I am gonna peel those off because those are the type of things that get really chewy in the end. Okay, there's a few more of those, and they'll make themselves known as we move forward. Okay, let's put those on the, nope, not the quick boil burner. We're gonna put those on the simmer burner. And we're gonna heat those up and we're gonna just like forget about them for a little bit. Not really, but we're going to ignore them for a little while. Let them get started. Okay, so let's do this. I need some packing material. Or rather, I need to get some things out to like label and start allocating where I'm putting this stuff at the end. Okay. We have a brand new roll of blue tape. Whoa, it's so brand new. It's so brand new and so much bigger than it usually is. A new roll of labeling tape. Amazing. It is so satisfying to know that I have so much labeling power right now. Okay. Labeling tape. Yeah, just your general Scotch Blue. Your Scotch Blue 2090 tape. Painter's tape. That is, yeah, I mean, it is painter's tape, but like, it's just paper. You can write on it. It's like kitchen tape or painter's tape. Either way. Pepper and onion. We have peppers and onions. They're going to go in a larger container. We have chicken. That's going to go in a larger container. And then we're going to have, I want to put the broccoli and corn in a larger container too. Oh shoot, I don't have one. Oh yeah, I do. Here it is. Okay. Great. This is for ramen. Great. Okay. Those are labeled and ready to go. This is clean and we'll probably end up using it later. Ellie, welcome in. Hello. Buy more labeling tape. The purple and pink sparkly kind. Okay. Extra and on brand. I appreciate it. Also, hello. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. I feel like chicken tonight. I feel like chicken tomorrow night. No, I feel like chicken Saturday afternoon. That's what I feel like. But we're making it today because I don't want to cook it on Saturday afternoon because, as I said, we're going to be out in the woods, and I'd prefer to just warm it as opposed to cooking it. Okay, sloppy joes are not next. Next, we're gonna package the stock that I made the other day because that won't take very long. 1, I want it off the counter. 2, and 3, I want the containers because I don't have any more containers that are that I can put the sloppy joe in. So we're gonna take a pause on the cutting board as opposed to having pause on the cutting board, which is what happens when the cats get on the counter. Spend my paychecks wisely. I mean, it's important. That is an important piece. That is joy being brought into your life, and also efficiency and glitter, which, you know. Okay. Vacuum pack the stock. Okay, I still have my list. We're working through my list today. A timer went off for the chicken. Let's check the temperature there again. That was a 5-minute timer. 170, 170, 1 69. Nice. Let's get that out. And then I think I'm finished with the oven. Am I finished with the oven? I'm finished with the oven. I was thinking of making another round of those flax bars. However, I'm probably not going to do that because I feel like I haven't really thought about. They turned out well. They taste great. They are they're very loose. When I say loose, I mean morally. No, I'm kidding. When I say loose, I mean they fall apart. They don't really hold together like bars. So I think I need to do a little research to like, do I cook them longer? Do I add an ingredient, like more of a binder? You know, like I don't really want to add too much if I don't have to, but I think I adjusted the balance of honey to brown sugar, and I think that had something to do with it, because the last time I made them, I did two things. One, I overcooked them, I think, but I used more honey, and they were, oh damn, just burned myself on the edge of that pan back here on the counter. It was still hot. It came out of the oven. Ouch. Anyway, I feel like I want to make them again, and I wanted to make them for this trip, but I also don't, because I don't want to just like make them the same way I did. Yeah, that is indeed a burn. A sick burn. Just kidding. You know what's nice though? When you burn yourself in the same place that you've burned yourself before, it just looks normal. Gwen's home again. Hello. I will. I have not. I have not today yet. Okay, I've had these out on the counter since stream started. So they've been sitting out here for an hour. And I got them out as the little stream countdown was going. So they've been out on the counter for just over an hour now. So they're sliding easily out of their container. There's a little bit of melted stock in there, but that's okay. Should only take a minute or two to package these. And I just want to get these in the freezer, and then I want to wash these containers. Great. Hey, bot, thank you for the reminder. Follows are silent if you're hanging out and lurking and you're like, hey, I wonder what happens if I follow. I don't like following. I don't like attention. Nothing happens when you hit the follow button. So feel free to do that. If you're new to stream and you're hanging out and lurking, we love lurkers and appreciate your presence. And you don't need, we will not acknowledge you if you follow and don't chat. Just a little admin note. Okay, let's get these in a bit of, pop these into the sink, because I need the larger containers. I want the larger containers for Sloppy Joe. We're gonna put some soap in those in a moment. Oh, hello, Catalina. Welcome in. We have an ash on the counter, but sort of proximal. He's not on the counter. He's on the chairs, and I think he thought better of it. Damn, that hurt. Every once in a while, you get an actual, like a burn that's like just spicy enough. Catalina, are you doing anything different with the pork chops? Did you, I don't want to say learn any lessons, because that feels whatever. Are you making changes, any kind of like meaningful changes to the process that you took last time? Are you making adjustments, adjustments you think would be beneficial? That's my question. So I almost always try to package these as a 1 quart and 1 pint, because that's sort of like the right amount for soup. Usually when you make a soup and you have like a box, one of those like broth boxes, that's a quart box. So almost invariably when you're doing that, you're making a quart and then you add like some water to it. I like to make mine almost completely broth. So Krem, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Good luck with your bookings. Brown sugar. Whoa, that sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. Got a notification. Nope. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. We're waiting. I mentioned this earlier. I have a hard stop this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. my time, if we don't finish before then. I'm going to go, Calvin has his winter concert tonight for his violin and trumpet playing. And I'm expecting my mom here at some point this afternoon to arrive as well. So got my phone out. I'm actually trying to be aware if someone texts me today. Usually I am not aware when someone texts me. I don't like to be texted. I don't like communication. I'm not a big communicator in that way. If you've ever messaged me on Discord, you know what I'm talking about. It takes me a while to get back. Can we meet Mom? If she's here during stream, she will probably say hi. She popped on before at one point. There's a clip. There's a clip of her from when she was up. A couple months ago. I know this because I clipped it, or at least I think I clipped it. Someone clipped it. It was clipped. But she's been on one time. I know what it was. It was like a Thursday where Calvin didn't have school. And she came up to just like hang out. They went to the Arboretum, and then when she came back, she popped on for a few minutes just to say hi. I don't think she really wanted to hang out. I told her I was streaming today. Like, she knows she's not. I don't hide it. There's no reasons. I'm not trying to hide the fact that I stream from her. So I did tell her. I was like, hey, I'll be live from like noon until 4:30. So arrive whenever. But I also told her I would park her car when she got here. So if she gets here before then, we might need to take a little break so that I can do that. Okay. Oh. We're getting there with the ceiling. We got 2 more to go. 2 more to go. I need to get my containers back. That's the thing. That is the important part of this, because I use the containers to freeze, and then I like to use these containers for all sorts of things. And I don't love having them tied up in my freezer for like literally months at a time until I use the stock. So that's the only real reason I'm repackaging these. Shayna, yeah, she popped on. It was like a late in the afternoon. She popped on for like a second or two. It wasn't like she did not linger. She did not linger. And I've never been live when my dad's been here. Although he's mentioned several times wanting to stream with me and make gnocchi, which I think I'd love to schedule at some point soon now that we have a ricer and can like do that easily. Okay. I'm putting these containers in the hot water as we move along. So they're soaking, and then we'll wash them as we need them later. But my sink is empty. I prepped. I was ready for stream today. Do y'all use any note-taking apps? Evernote? Apple Notes, To-Do. Do you keep a digital to-do list? I'm in the process of moving from Evernote to, I think, Apple Notes. I'm testing it right now. Really, testing it's not really the right word. I'm using it, but not enthusiastically. It's missing some features that I really love about Evernote, but Evernote, unless you pay for Evernote, it is functionally useless to use for like the way I use it, which is like for years and years. It's like maximum of 50 notes unless you pay for it. And I'm like, y'all, I got like thousands. Like, what? Shayna used Google Keep. We use that. I use that for our grocery list because it's the Google Home smart device, John, is oh, that didn't seal. That's fun. The smart thing only uses Google Keep. So I do use it for that. Catastrophe used Notes. So you used Apple Notes. Okay. The Notes app on the Samsung. So that is rebellious. Just the like internal Notes app. I love it though. The Apple Notes app is full, but it's still free, right? Like that's the thing. Free is the important one for me. OneNote, that's Microsoft, right? Catastrophe, you have one long note. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is chaos. That is such chaos. I love it. I kind of love it. I could never, but I appreciate it. I literally could never. Okay, this is just not sealing. We have to do this one again. Yeah, Apple Notes shouldn't charge anything. It's an app that just comes standard on the computer. I have used Evernote for a very long time, and I paid for it for a long time. Hello. Oh, look who's here. We have another leg clinger. All the cats are leg clinging today. Well, 2 of the 3 cats are leg clinging. Ash has decided he's going to come cling to my leg because he wants attention too. He wants attention too. Elsie was here earlier. Elsie was here for a while, and she was just hanging out. And now that Gwen's home, she doesn't give a shit about me. That's right. Ash is hanging out now. You boo-boo. You want to sit? You want to try to sit on your chair? Do you want to try your chair again? You want to try a chair again? Username, hello. Baby. Let's see if you'll sit on your chair, Ash. We loved having you before. Maybe you'll want to hang out again. Will Ash sit on the chair? Here, stay right there, babe. Just stay there. Oh my God, how do you pick these up? They're pure ice. I'm actually not sure. I have to like get a hand on these in a. There we go. Hold on. Okay, let's try this again. I think that they're not sealing because there's liquid in it. Is like liquid that's getting stuck in the suction area and is not letting the heat element function the way it's supposed to. So let's not vacuum these as much. Like basically just to the moment where they start like moving the liquid in. Okay, let's try it like that. Got one more after this, and then we'll get the sloppy Joe done. The sloppy Joe does not take all that long. It's a relatively simple recipe. It's the same one that I've made on stream like many times. Every time I've ever made sloppy Joe on stream, I've made this recipe. So it's a good one. I always double it because it's good and easy to double. And that means that I have some extra, and then Gwen will have some this weekend at the house. In addition to Calvin and I having that for dinner. All right, so peppers and onions are coming along. We're cooking slow. Things are moving. Moving down. We're getting smaller. Things are the height of everything in the pan is greatly reduced. I have these at I had these at a 4. I'm going to drop them to a 3 so that they are cooking a little bit slower than they have been, just to take some of the edge off now. Now that they're reduced a bit, it's going to make them a little bit lighter on the heat. All right, so we have the last bit. Now this is not all of the stock from the batch that I made. There's a little bit in the refrigerator still And that's what I'm going to take with me when we go this weekend. Yeah, there's, you can't really see it on the shelf, but there's 2.5 quarts, 2 quarts and 1 pint. 10 cups. I'm not cooking 10 cups worth. I'm not going to take all of it. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but I know I didn't want to freeze the entire batch because then I always end up using some of it within a week or so of making it, which I did actually last night. Last night we had the soup that I made on stream on Tuesday. We ate all of it, so that's gone. No leftovers. I was hoping for leftovers. Ash, don't you do it. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Now I know. Now I know. Now I know that, oh, look at how cute he is. Yeah, you were just rolling around. I know. I know. You were just rolling. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He said, I wasn't thinking of getting up on the counter at all. No. No, of course not. Of course not. He was. That was sarcastic. He was 100% going to get on the counter if I'd have turned my back. If I'd have not looked back at him, he would have been on the counter probably less than 10 seconds after that look that he had in his eyes. It's just, they just love it now that they know that there's food up here. He's, I mean, so look, my counter statement would be guilty always. Just guilty always. No farther notes. He's gone. He lost interest. I feel like this one didn't seal either. It did. Okay. You can kind of tell right away. But yeah, like the liquid came up through here. All right. Alrighty. Sealing is complete. Sealing is complete. We have so much stock right now. I don't think that oh, you know what I'm going to do while I'm in the middle of vacuum sealing here? We're going to do these chickens that I put in the freezer earlier because these are ready to go. They're hard enough that I can vacuum seal them without like them getting super squishy, but they are soft enough that I can still break them apart pretty easily with my hands, and that's a good thing. So let's put 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna put 5 of these in a bag. So we'll just do 2 bags worth of chicken thighs, and then we'll be finished with the vacuum sealer. Then we're gonna get the sloppy joe on the stove. Then we will get the we're going to do the mix. So I mentioned earlier we're doing a griddle cake mix from that camping cookbook. I haven't tried it before, but it looks really good. It looks really hearty. And I'm excited to try it because it's basically like you mix it ahead. It's a pancake mix, except it has cheddar cheese and scallions and corn in it. And it looks really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chicken thighs. Yep, these are thawed enough that I'm not going to get any liquid when I seal these, but I will be good on, perfect. That's the end of my bags too. Not the end of the bags that I have. It's the end of that particular little batch of bags. There was a special the other day where I get the bags from, which is some Amazon shop, on vacuum sealing bags, and I bought so many. They were like 70% off or something, and I was like, oh, okay, because they're not cheap. They're not like prohibitively expensive, but they're like just expensive enough that you're like, I hate wasting them. And when you get a sale on them, I was like, all right, I'm buying all of these. I bought an unreasonable amount. But I don't think I'll need to buy vacuum seal bags again for 6 months, probably. Okay, I'm gonna turn these peppers and onions down even farther. We're at the point now where I would definitely put these on a hot dog, and they would be really good. I would personally like them to be quite a bit further caramelized. So we're just gonna leave these go for, again, quite a bit longer. And I keep picking the papery pieces out of here because those are the ones that sort of get chewy. And the onions caramelize a little bit quicker than the peppers, it seems like. So I just keep stirring and letting them go, and they'll just continue to cook. Okay. So let's vacuum seal these chickens. We're going to use the vacuum and seal process, which vacuum stuff way further than I do when I use the manual. It's always interesting to me. I'm like, oh, that's how much you're supposed to vacuum these things? Got it. I'm usually reluctant to do that, but I'm also usually vacuum sealing cookies, so I don't want them to squish. These are frozen and they're not squishing, so they're pretty fine. Okay, I think these are sealed. Yeah, are these finished? Yeah, great. Chicken pack. All right, last one. We're making great time, by the way. I'm not, I was anxious about time when we started stream today, and I'm no longer anxious about time. Because I know that the Sloppy Joe does not take 3 hours to cook. So I'm feeling a lot better. The only thing I am sort of anxious about now is like somehow if my mom gets here in the next like 30 minutes to an hour, I'll be like, do you want to just like hang out a while, like, you know, while I'm finishing this? But she knows I'm cooking today, so I think she's targeting to be here when I said. Hopefully, maybe. Or not. Or things will be disastrous. Who knows? Who knows? All right, vacuum sealing is done. Let's get here's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna get the Sloppy Joe done, or at least on the stove. And then once that's on the stove, we're gonna take a quick break so I can wash all of these containers in the sink, because then I'm gonna need them to package both the Sloppy Joe and the griddle cakes that we're putting together. Before we do that, do I need to do any more vegetables? Let's check the list. Because corn is frozen. Broccoli. Let's cut up a little bit of broccoli. Broccoli and scallions. And then we will be finished with the vegetables. Then I'll cut up this chicken. Then we'll be finished with the cutting board. Okay, so broccoli and scallions are next. Move that chair out of the way. Scallions, broccoli. Now, I'm not cutting up a ton of broccoli because this is just going in a dry ramen. I'm using like literally ramen, like the ramen cubes, top ramen cubes, nothing fancy at all, nothing at all fancy. So what I'm going to do with that is we're going to throw corn and chicken and broccoli in there, along with some chili oil, and just like spice it up a little bit. And then that'll be lunch one of the days. Just like a super easy soup that is quick, very quick to make. So I'm just going to take the florets off of here and kind of break them up a little bit. Tossing the stems. So I'm going to put the florets in here, and then we're going to fill sort of the rest of this container with corn. I may not actually use this second crown here, because this is just a lunch for me and Calvin. So it's going to have quite a bit of other stuff in it. So I think this is actually probably good. So I don't really need that second crown. Great. That's fine. That can stay in the refrigerator. Scallions. Do I have a container for scallions? No, I don't. This is the one. Okay. The scallions are for the griddle cakes, but I don't want to add them yet because if I add them to the batter, they'll get, I think they'll get too soft, is my understanding. I'm not going to add them because the directions say not to add them. The directions say to cut them up before you put them in, right before you put them in, but I am going to cut them up now, and you know, maybe they'll be a little bit softer than expected, and like, that's okay. I don't like cutting anything up at camp, especially when it's cold. When it's cold out like it's going to be, I'd rather not put the scallions in than have to cut them up while I'm there. Mainly because I don't want to get my hands out of my gloves. That's really the reason. All right, so we'll add the corn to this in a few minutes. Like, I could cut them up with a pocket knife, that'd be fine, but I'm just going to cut them in sort of big chunks, and we'll move along. Scissors would be fine too. Yeah, like any of that, I really just don't want to cut them. I don't want to get my hands out. I don't want to get a knife out. I just want to I want to get containers out of my cooler and dump them into a pot. That's it. That's the level of effort I'm sort of willing to put in for a cold weather camping meal. And the other thing about cold weather camping is I don't like cooking over the fire. It's nice when you're warm, right? But one of the things that I appreciate more in the wintertime, camping and being outside, is being able to get dinner done efficiently. Like, not necessarily efficiently with regard to heat, but like when you cook over the fire, you need to like make the fire and then get the coals ready. And then the other thing is you need to like knock the fire down and make it a cooking fire as opposed to like a big, big flame fire. So I prefer to just use the stove for everything. Maybe cook pie irons or dessert or something over the fire. Something where I'm not already hungry, where I'm just like, it's just a snack, that's fine. Scissors for green onions, totally. And that would be fine. I don't have scissors in my camping kit. I do have kitchen shears, but I don't really love getting them out. Okay, no text yet. All right, Sky, I'm going to do one more round of scallion here. I'm just cutting off the soft ends here. And then we'll cut the, I'm trimming the roots because I'm putting them in a cup of water on the windowsill. So I like to keep them if I can. Yeah, Shayna, the cleanup too. I just don't want to do any of it. Like, I want to get my stove out. I want to toss my cast iron pan on there. I want to throw, you know, some sausages in it to cook. And then I'm going to throw the peppers and onions in there that are on the stove currently just to heat up. And then, like, that's dinner. One night, the next night is the same thing, except instead of cast iron pan, it's a large pot, and I just put the Sloppy Joe mix that's pre-made in there and warm it up. That's it. Add cheese. Period. They regrow easily. They do regrow easily. I have some basil growing on the counter that's been there for like months now, and it's started to completely regenerating its little one of its little stalks. I'm pretty happy. I've actually, honestly, I've like never had that happen before, and I'm not sure what I'm doing differently with this one, but I'm like, grow a little basil, you can do it. I'm proud of it. I think it's because I trimmed it and like used it. That's probably it, right? Like, they do like that. Okay, so all the scallions are cut. These are either going to be fine or they're not, but they're done and ready to go. Currently ready to go. Okay. Let's get my broccoli and corn finished. I've got corn in the bottom shelf here, all the way in the back. I think it's all the way in the back. Yes, there it is. Okay, so this is frozen, so it's gonna thaw in the fridge over the night. So yeah, I'm adding broccoli and corn and chicken to my ramen, which again is just one of those dump it in a pot, boil some water, and away we go situations. Nothing too complex. The most complex meal I think I'm making is breakfast, which is griddle cakes. And so basically just like, you know, turning the griddle on and making pancakes. But I'm using I use a protein shaker for them, which is so much nicer than trying any other way. I just got a new protein shaker because Gwen took my old one to make kitten formula, and I was like, I'm good. I don't need any more. I don't need the kitten formula mixed in with all of this. Spicy stock. Okay, good. Scallions are cut. Oh, I need corn for the griddle cakes, but that gets added in. That gets added in. I just have to measure it out into a thing. Okay. So I don't actually need to like do anything with it. All right, let's cut this chicken. All right, I need this. Stir my peppers and onions again. We're moving on. We're moving through it. These are looking really nice back here. Everything is starting to approach the same color, which is ideal when you're caramelizing things. My oven is on. Why? Does not need to be on. All right. Confirm that I'm not doing any other vegetable things. Just corn. Just corn. Oh, and I vacuum packed my stock too. Yeah. Hell yeah. Amazing. Okay. Let's pack up this chicken. Wash my hands. This trip is all easy meals. There's no like real cooking at camp. And anytime there's like easy meals, it always ends up being just like a bunch of containers. Like that's sort of the way that it goes because of how I don't want to do any work while I'm at camp. I like make everything and pack it, and then it's like I just have a cooler full of pint and quart containers, which is so kind of fun. All right. So for this, I'm going to slice these. I'm just going to slice these in strips, and they're going to sort of break apart when I put them into the soup. But hold on, let's cut across the grain here. There we go. Okay. But strips will be nicer because they'll kind of go in with the noodles. Do y'all, when you make packaged ramen, do you break the noodles? I go, sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. I used to, when I was a kid, I remember I would like always break the noodles. I made packaged ramen so much when I was a kid. I just remember like being at home and having like packages of ramen. It was either packaged ramen, hot dogs, macaroni and cheese. What else did I eat as a kid? Egg salad. Egg salad a lot. All right. Oh, you do not. Never. That's definitive. Sometimes you do, fellas. They work hard for making them long. They do. They do. They're easier to pick up when they're long. I think it's tantamount to breaking spaghetti. If I'm munching on them dry, I shatter them. Well, if you're munching on them dry, you're just kind of like breaking pieces off, right? They are good dry. Remember when I was a kid, my mom used to make a salad that I liked with sesame oil and like broken up ramen noodles on it that was really good. I don't remember what was in it other than those two things. Okay, we're going to get our... Let's get our Sloppy Joe started. Mini candy bars in an air fryer with chocolate cake mix. I do have to imagine that that's probably pretty good. It sounds good. More carbs than sugar. Yeah. And more sodium than carbs. If you put the packet in, the packet is unhinged. Okay, finished with this cutting board. Move this over to the counter. The only other thing that I have that requires any kind of cutting at all is cheese. And that is going to be, I'll use one of the plastic cutters for that. That'll be easier. Okay. Cool. I also, out of habit, just grabbed some clean stuff off of the dish board. Now come down here and check out these. These are looking great. We have our starting to caramelize. Nothing's burnt yet. We're kind of moving. It's all very, everything's just moving towards the same color, the same sort of brown, shade of brown. Beautiful. Yeah, the ramen noodles are very versatile. They're very versatile. I remember the name of the salad, but we can't. It's not. It wasn't appropriate. It wasn't culturally appropriate to say it then, and it's not. Definitely not now. As you can imagine. Use your imagination as to what the name of the salad with sesame oil and ramen noodles had in it. Sloppy Joe's. Make. Okay. Ground beef, yellow onion, bell pepper. Oh, garlic. I need garlic. Shit. Forgot to do the garlic. That's fine. I don't really need a cutting board for garlic. Oh. We're not going to use that garlic. We're going to use the roasted garlic that I have, because that's going to be tasty. Chili powder, paprika, salt, tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, mustard, buns. Okay. It says 1 15-ounce can of tomato sauce. We have 2. Let's actually use, yeah, we're going to use tomato sauce. Tomato paste. Dark brown sugar. Is somewhere in the baking cabinet. Oh, right. I keep forgetting that I keep putting the dark brown sugar or the brown sugar in a bin, which I don't usually do. Okay. Dark brown sugar, chili powder and paprika. I have chili powder in here somewhere. That's cayenne, onion, garlic, basil. If I don't have chili powder, we're going to use cayenne. Nope, there it is, chili powder. And smoked paprika is in the other drawer. And that is over here. Okay, smoked paprika. Ground beef is in the fridge. We have our onion. We have our bell pepper. We have our garlic, which, like I said, is going to be this roasted garlic. Chili powder. Smoked paprika. Salt. Tomato sauce. Tomato paste. Dark brown sugar. Dijon mustard. And then that's it. We're ready to go. Okay, let's open the tomato paste. The tomato sauce has the pop tops. I don't need to open those yet because they're easy. And we're going to put this in the green Dutch oven behind me on the stove, right over there. And I think I'm going to end up 2 tablespoons. There's 5 servings per container. Okay, so there's a lot more than 2 tablespoons worth in here. So we're going to put some of this there's going to be some overflow here, which is fine. All right, that's ready to go. And let's get started. I'm going to do this Dutch oven here. Let me put the camera over on the stove so you can see what we're working on here. Maybe brown the beef, heat the oil, add the beef and cook. Transfer the brown beef to a plate and set aside. Okay. Plate, not a plate. We're going to transfer that to a bowl. Transfer that to the big bowl. I said the other day, but this cat does not have the fear in him. This cat has zero fear of being caught on the counter. He was just over on the cutting board, licking right where the chicken was. And I approached him and he didn't even look at me. He just kept licking. And he's still licking. He's licking the chicken off of his face. He's licking the chicken off of his face. This cat. Ash, you're out of control. You're out of control, buddy. You can't be on the counter like that. No, you can't be on the counter. Not like that. Not on the cutting board licking chicken juice. No. Shameless mayhem cat he is. He is. All right. God, he's just like, I literally turned my back. I turned my back and he's on the counter all the time, always. The bird is a cat food. Yeah, I mean, basically, I think that he just sees it like that. It's like, well, you know, it smells like what you feed me. Why can't I have it? Which, like, honestly makes sense to me. Like, I get it. I don't know how much oil it said to put in here, but that seems like enough. For the sake of clarity, what does it say? 2 teaspoons, 4 teaspoons of olive oil. Yeah, okay. So a lot less than what I just put in there. That's fine. That's okay. It'll be fine. We're good. Brown. Add the beef, breaking into large pieces until browned and cooked through. Cooked through. That's an important note. Okay, so we have, so we're doubling this recipe. It calls for 1 pound of ground beef. So we have 3 pounds of ground beef. I don't really know the best way. I always struggle opening these things because they're just like, they're these weird sort of square packs now. I knew how to open the ones that were in the foam containers, and I guess I'm glad that we don't use the foam containers anymore, but like, I don't know. Whatever. This old man yells at cloud. I'm cutting these over the sink. Yes, it was Ash, in fact, caretaker. He, there's a highlight of it in the videos now of basically like 6 minutes of him progressing closer and closer to the what's on the counter as I obliviously wash dishes. He, yeah, has zero zero concern for whether I want him to be there or not. All right. This is good. God damn, there's a balloon on the ground. I almost just killed myself. Okay. Do I need to salt this at all? I don't think I need to salt this yet. Yeah, the repackaging and meat is super smart. I do that a lot often. Like I already did that on stream today with the chicken. But I mean, I knew that I was using all of the beef, so there was no need to repackage it. If I had bought this with like just an intention of having, you know, a bunch of ground beef, I would definitely repackage it into different sizes. Although I might not. It was vacuum sealed already, so I may not have done that because it's in the 1 pound containers. The 1 pound vacuum seal packages actually are pretty nice. I remember when I used to get meat in like the styrofoam trays, I would definitely try to repackage that because it wasn't like completely airtight. All right, let me get my water over here. Did I finish this? No, I didn't. Check my phone. No texts, no calls. Okay. See, now I'm getting anxious because it is 2 p.m. It is a little bit of a drive, and I am waiting. I'm waiting for the notification when she's on the way. Okay. That's okay. Lou, you're fine. She knows what time to be here. You were super specific about it. If she left right now, you'd still be on time. I do not, so Fluff. I do not have Life 360 on people outside of this household. And functionally, I don't have it. We don't use Life 360. I just have, like, we just share location on, because everyone has Apple products, so everyone just shares location. No, as much as I would appreciate that, because it would certainly reduce my anxiety, I have requested anyone who's visiting me in real life, from like driving a few hours away, I always, this is a standing request, that they please let me know when they depart their house. Family members who are driving to come visit me, because I know how far away they are. And I don't need to like check up on them. How's your drive? Blah, blah, blah. I just know that if someone texts me, if they live 2 hours away and they say I'm on the road, or like I just left, or I'm pulling out of the driveway or whatever, then I set an internal clock and a literal one. And I, when my timer goes off, I don't start any new activities. I don't like start doing something different or whatever, or like I stop tidying the house. And sometimes I get that text. Often I do not. And I agree that it is a standard expectation. But if you have lived your life without texting and without communicating in that way, then it doesn't feel standard to you. And despite my nagging, often I am just like, welp, let's see what happens. So anyway, it gives me an extreme amount of anxiety, and I don't want to like text and be like, hey, where are you? Have you left yet? Because then that's like, you know, that then feels like I'm being too Big Brother-ish. But I'm like, hey, I was expecting a text by now. because now is when you should have left by. Fudge Darling, welcome in. I'm doing great. Anxiety increasing. How are you? I'm doing really well, though, generally. We have sort of the... Today is a good day for food prep. I'm prepping some things that I really enjoy eating. Today is also something of a finish line for me, insofar as it's the end of the orchestra and like band season for the fall. So we've been, you know, Calvin has been, my son Calvin, for anyone who's listening and who's like, who's Calvin? Calvin has been, you know, he's been doing band for years and orchestra for years and playing violin. And tonight is their winter concert. So after today, he doesn't have band or orchestra anymore until January, which is fucking phenomenal. Because band requires, orchestra requires that every Monday I get up even earlier and drive him to school, because orchestra is before school on Monday. It also requires that maybe once every 2 weeks I have to drive to school. Even after dropping him off, I have to go back because he has forgotten his trumpet or violin or both. And you know, it's just it's a lot to remember. Like I have to remind him to bring his instrument basically 3 days a week, every single morning, every day, like every week of school. So I am like, when I say it's a finish line, what I mean is like, I don't have to remember to do that until January anymore. And tonight I get to see him like perform and like, you know, do the thing that he's been doing and working on. And he's proud of himself and I'm proud of him, and it feels like a finish line. And that's this evening. That's why we have a hard stop at 4:30 today. Because I need to get ready for that. And anxiety, I said, is increasing because my mom is coming up to go to that show, and she lives a little distance away, and I don't know if she left her house yet. I have no idea if she's like 5 minutes away or if she's still sitting at home having a tea and thinking she still has time to get on the road. I have no idea. So I'm just, you know, kind of, that's how I'm doing. Fudge Darling, I am sorry that you are having a rough day, had a rough day at work. I'm glad that you made it through. Regroup, enjoy your afternoon, evening, and hopefully tomorrow is an easier one and not more of the same. Velas, yeah, the two is a lot. At least he never has them on the same day. And he can, this time around, actually leave his instruments at school sometimes, which he does. So it's like often what I'm asking him is like, hey, like it's Tuesday, you need your trumpet. Where is your trumpet? Is it here? Is it in your bedroom? Is it in the band room at school? So, why not just call or text her? Because history. Because history. There we go. Very rarely forgot anything as a kid, Boris. That's great. Calvin forgot his snack this morning. I had to drive that to school. So today was the driving the snack to school excursion. He's staying after school for the show. He's not coming home until after the show. And I was like, hey, are they giving you dinner? They didn't say anything about dinner. And he was like, no, I don't think so. And I was like, your show's at 6 p.m. Like, what? Okay, you need to bring a snack with you. So like I packed him a snack with some protein and, you know, some nuts and some dates and some apples and cookies. And then we were at the bus stop and I was like, hey, did you put your snack in your bag? And he was like, no. I was like, damn it. Anyway. His son is 7. He never remembers stuff for himself. Good luck. Yeah, Calvin remembers a lot. He is, the other thing, I mean, the thing, you know, I'll say this. He has a lot going on. Like, I try to, like, one of the things I try really hard to do is put myself in his shoes and understand that he has a full day of school. Like, classes, like just trying to remember what that was like being in school. It was awful. It was awful. School was terrible. And you're so much responsibility. You have so much stimulus and input. There's like so much going on. And in the morning, he's like trying to remember, like this morning, he had to remember specific clothes to go to school. He had to remember what books he needed to bring. He needed to remember his computer and his phone and to bring his sheet music and, like, you know, just a lot. And so, you know, he forgot his snack. And like, I got to remember stuff too, right? But I also have 41 years of like logistical experience remembering stuff. And it's kind of rare that I forget things like that. It's very rare that I forget stuff, like if I need to bring it with me. I will say that. Okay, transfer the ground beef to a plate and set aside. Cook the aromatics and spices. Return the pan to medium heat. Add the onion, pepper, and garlic and cook until softened 6 to 8 minutes. Reduce the heat slightly. Add the chili powder, paprika, and salt and cook until fragrant about 1 minute. Okay, so we're going back over to the pan here. I'm going to add a little bit more olive oil and we're going to cook our aromatics. Pan should be hot already. So no need to preheat. It was hot when I took it off, and it is a cast iron pan, so it stays hot for a while. Okay, I'm gonna cook these until they're soft. The recipe has timing in it, but I generally am just sort of, well, they're soft enough. Where did I put that other wooden spoon? There it is. I put it in meat. I switched out my spoon once the meat was cooked, so I'm not using the same spoon that I was for the raw ground beef. Oh, it's just the things I put up with in elementary school I wouldn't put up with today. No, completely. And just like the amount of stuff that kids have to do every day. Like I was at the last school advisory council meeting, which is like parents meeting with the school administrators to sort of parents, students, and teachers all meeting together once a month. It's different than it's sort of like the PTA, but it's not. It's more like bring questions and the people who are in the room have the capacity to answer them or get back to you kind of thing. That one of the teachers was like, what's the average amount of homework that kids have? And fifth grade, which Calvin is in, is different than the rest of the school. But on average, they were like, students should expect to have 1.5 to 2 hours of homework per night. Per night. From 6th to 12th grade. And I was like, holy shit, that's so much homework. After a full day of school plus extracurriculars, like that is an insane amount of homework. But that's normal. That's like normal. It's not normal. I mean, it depends. It really depends on the school. It really depends on the school. So if you go to like a high academic school, you can expect probably, about that. Or, if you go to like a music focused school, you can expect to have to rehearse that amount. I, as a sort of where my own ethics kind of lie in all of this, I don't think kids should have any homework. I don't think that they should be assigned homework in any capacity. I think that once you've put in your 8 hours in school, that you should be allowed to be a child until school starts the next day. I firmly and resolutely believe that homework is harmful. And I don't, like, I get it. Like, I get the whole sort of like, oh, it teaches kids to be responsible. It teaches kids to like keep track of things. It teaches kids to like work outside, outside of the environment that they're used to learning in, which is like, great. Okay, that's fine. But like, you're just teaching them to work and just sort of, grind and be on this like corporate schedule. And they're 10, they're, 14, they're 17 years old. Like, they're literal children. And I think that it's just too much. It teaches kids to hate school and learning. It kind of does. Ash, you're not allowed up on the counter while I'm not here. Or at all, really. While I'm cooking. Yeah, Velas, exactly. It's just teaching them, it's just like beating them over the head with work. When what they should be doing, or what would be more beneficial, would be like hanging out with each other and being social, or doing things with a family, or getting exercise. I'm not saying that time would be better spent playing Roblox or watching YouTube. I think it would be, there's plenty of constructive things that you can do. Okay, these have been on here for maybe 4 or 5 minutes at this point. I'm gonna do about another 4 or 5 minutes more, and then we'll add our spices into this. I did very little homework when I was a kid. I was not a good student. I hated school. I hated school from, I would say, 3rd grade on, and I distinctly remember hating school. I hated every single grade I was in. I hated college. I'm not a good learner, like classroom learner, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to either. I had a great time doing like the student newspaper and extracurriculars and things that like piqued my interest. Like I was extremely dedicated to doing the student newspaper for all of high school. For 8 straight years, high school and college, I did the student newspaper like aggressively. I was very, very active. I started as a freshman in high school and freshman in college. I just like jumped right in. But I didn't like care about class. Like I don't know. I feel like homework sort of, I don't know. I also didn't buy books in college. I just like read them at the library or just sat on the floor of the bookstore or just literally didn't read them. Or didn't like textbook reading, that kind of thing. Or like use someone else's. I don't know. But I made it. I made it through. Somehow. Look at me now. Oh my God. So these have been in here for about... I think I looked at the clock and I put these in at 2:06, my clock. So that's 7 minutes or here. 7 minutes or so. All right. I'm gonna get my spices ready. I need our, it said to add the garlic in here too, but my garlic is already cooked. It's roasted, so I'm not gonna add that. Chili powder, paprika, and salt are what I'm adding next. A teaspoon each of chili powder, paprika, and salt. No, a teaspoon, 2 teaspoons of chili powder, 2 of paprika, 1 of salt. Okay. And then after that, we're adding tomato paste. Is that right? Add the liquids. Add the tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, and mustard, and stir to combine. Okay. So let me open my cans of tomato sauce now. Now is the time. While I'm patiently waiting for the aromatics to finish. I've been stirring them a bunch. So when this is simmering, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to throw some words on Stream Up. We'll run a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and I'm going to do some dishes. So just a heads up that like that's what's happening. Companies are complaining they don't want overtime. They don't want to do the extra stuff. Well, it's not extra. Yeah. Like, yeah, pay me more. Exactly. If you're making a profit, you can pay me more. That's how it works. That's how it works, buddy. Yeah, the US is just like a disaster when it comes to the corporate world. And I mean that disrespectfully. Okay, teaspoon. Here we go. 2 teaspoons of chili powder. 2 teaspoons of chili powder. 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika. And I'm not leveling these. We're just going for it. 1 teaspoon of salt. We're gonna just do that. That's about a teaspoon. My teaspoon is a dirty. And so stir that in, okay? And then we add the liquids. This recipe, oh my God, it already smells so good. We'll let these sit for a second. Then we add the tomato sauce, tomato paste, brown sugar, and the mustard. So I'm going to add the tomato paste first and stir that in because I like that to kind of brown. So I need how much tomato paste here? 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 tablespoons worth of tomato paste. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We'll stir that in. I kind of like when the tomato paste gets a little red, like brownish, when it turns like a brick color. I think it adds a little extra fragrance, a little bit of extra flavor. It sort of gets that browning on the bottom of the pan. You can sort of see, and you scrape that up when you add the tomato sauce. Okay, so paste is in. I'm going to spread that out just a little bit. Let that cook for a second. Brown sugar. How much brown sugar? A tablespoon? 4 tablespoons. That's a 1/4 cup. Okay. Add a 1/4 cup of dark brown sugar in here. Maybe just a smidge above that. Yeah. Sort of burning some of this on the bottom again, just like getting little additional flavor going on in here. Mustard. 2 tablespoons of Dijon mustard. I'm not going to measure this. I'm just going to squirt it in until it looks about right. That's about a tablespoon. No, that's about a tablespoon. 1, 2 tablespoons of mustard. We'll mix that in. And then we're going to add the tomato paste. Mix that nicely. So that's 1 and 2 cans of tomato paste. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. I'm also going to add just a little tiny bit of water in this can, and we'll slosh them back and forth between cans, and then add that to the pan just to kind of get everything out of these, as much out of these cans as possible. Because this is gonna simmer a little bit, and that'll be fine. Perfect. Okay, cans are in. Now we add the beef. Add the beef back, along with the liquid from the bowl. So let's stir, give this one little stir here and kind of get everything incorporated. I'm going to scrape the bottom of the pan just a little bit to get up any fond that we've got remaining. The tomato sauce should pull most of that up because we're it's very acidic. So it's kind of like adding vinegar in here. Okay. And now we're going to add the meat. Add that all back in. And this is a pretty thick mixture. I'm going to incorporate all that meat and get everything blended together and simmer it. So I'm turning the heat back up just a little bit here. And now we're going to simmer this for about 15 minutes or so until it is thickened slightly and ready to go. Now I think I should probably taste this at this point, because if I wanted to add anything seasoning-wise, specifically salt, I definitely want to add some pepper to this. Let's add a little bit of pepper in here. Oh, the garlic. I didn't add the garlic. That's definitely missing. But that's roasted already. Like, it doesn't need to be cooked. So I'm using this roasted garlic, the same that I used for the cookies the other day. This is all good. I don't know how many cloves of, it calls for 4 cloves of garlic, so I mean, it's kind of eyeball it there. That seems like a lot, but that's okay. Just rinse this spoon off a little bit. There we go. All right. Stir that all in. It also says this recipe calls for mashing everything here with a potato masher, so I'm going to do that because that's a fun thing to do. It breaks up the beef a little bit more. Is the primary reason. So we'll grab the potato masher out of the cabinet where it lives. It's home away from the kitchen drawer where it can't harm anyone over here, or it can't it can't block any drawers where it lives. Okay. Yeah, so there's some chunkiness in here. Just gonna mash this for a few moments. Kenny Roberts, hello. Welcome in. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, Velos, you could definitely slow cook this. It's I really like the flavors of this dish. This one is a pretty quick cooking scenario, but I think if you pop this in the slow cooker and sort of let things marinate even more, it would be great. This dish is always better like the next day. So I do imagine that slow cooking it would have a very similar effect to resting it. 24 hours later, it's going to be better? Absolutely. That is correct. This will be so much better over the weekend. And this is a double batch. So, like, it's meant to be about 1.5 pounds of beef. This is enough. This is quite a bit here. I like this. It never lasts for more than a week. The only reason I ever freeze any of this is to package it in a cooler. That's it. And I add wine. I did not add wine. A little bit of red wine would be good in here, though. I think that would be a nice addition. A little, like, even some like red wine vinegar. The acid that I added to this is mustard. So that's well, tomatoes too, obviously, but the mustard is kind of taking the place of, not really taking the place of wine, but it's taking the place of that additional acidic flavor. Okay, so we're gonna put this on for about 15 minutes. Where's my timer? There's my timer. So it says simmer. It says to simmer for stirring often until thickened for about 15 minutes. Taste, season, and serve. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. This is at a simmer right now. You can see because it is literally simmering. I'm gonna put the lid on because it is not putting the lid on, but I'm putting it like just off because it is plorping and plopping behind me here, and sounds good, looks good, is not great for cleanup later when it plops everywhere. Okay, we are going to take a very quick break, very quick meaning 3 minutes. During that break, I'm going to load the dishwasher and wash a couple of the containers that I put in there earlier. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch as well during that time because I'm going to be at the sink and otherwise occupied. So that's going to happen. We're going to put up a game of Words on Stream. If you enjoy Words on Stream, can feel free to play during that time. It should be about 2 games, maybe 3. We might get to 3 games. Depends how good we do, and if I need any time at the end of the break to finish doing any type of specific little tasks. I should tell you that Words is a good time to get your first time chat out of the way. If you're sort of lurking and like, well, I don't know what I really should say. What will happen is if you put a word in chat during Words on Stream, I'll scroll up, I'll say hi to you, and then that'll be it. You don't have to chat anymore. If you're nervous about first time chats like I am on a new channel, as well, if you're hanging out and lurking, please feel free to hit the follow button. Follows are silent. There is no there's no alerts, there's no sounds, and I won't say hi to you. If you hit the follow button and don't chat, I'm not going to say hi to you at all. We're not even going to acknowledge it. You can just hang out. Anyway, that is where we are at right now. Dan, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Friday, Junior. Okay. So, as I mentioned, we're going to put a game of Words on Stream up, and we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you don't like ads, or rather you're like, hey, I'm gonna miss something, you have 2 options. 1, you can subscribe to the stream. If you subscribe, you do not get ads, and you get to hear what I say during the stream time. Or you could go follow on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. There's no ads on there. We're also live streaming in both horizontal and vertical formats on YouTube. So there's a link to that in chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you throwing that link in there. Okay, I need to find where Words on Stream is on my computer. There it is. Okay, we got it. All right, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. Here comes a 3-minute advertisement, and we'll be back. Momentarily. All right.
Hi. Welcome to another
So, I'm going to put some stuff away. We're going to do some dishes. We're going to be so productive. We're going to be so productive. All right. Dishwasher. A lot of stuff that can be in a dishwasher. Doing good. Making good time. We are progressing, as they say. That is a dish. That is not a dishwasher. This is a dishwasher. Okay. Dishwasher is loaded. I think. Mostly. All right. Moving on to doing some dishes. Where's my sponge? There's my sponge. Ooh, I can hear this just boiling in here. No good. Turn that down. And I soaked all of these dishes, so I need to give them a little rinse out and wipe down with the sponge. Yay, I got one. Congratulations. We got, throw another game on here. Continue. Did I hit the add button? Do we have ads running? Yes, we do. Okay. When they're not automatic, I feel like I'm always like, did I actually run the thing, or did I just leave for a few moments? Okay. We're making good progress though. Lots completed at this point. We have some packaging to do. I still need to make the mix for the griddle cakes. And then, what else after that? Mix for the griddle cakes. And then I need to look at my to-do list. That's what I need to do. But that includes grating cheese. That includes dry ingredients.
It's over.
Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate you. I know that they are not everyone's favorite, and I don't really like them either, but it gives me a chance to take a quick aside for myself to do some dishes in the sink, and when I do that, it means that things don't build up, and I get the end of stream is a lot easier for me. So I appreciate the patience. Thank you. If you don't like ads, again, reminder, you can always subscribe or go follow on YouTube, and there are no ads if you do either one of those things. All right, I am rinsing the last couple lids here of the things that I was washing, and then we'll be back. So we don't need another game to start up, do we? Unless you want to do another game. Do you want to do another game? Be happy to run another game. Looks like you had 2 in a row. That was pretty good. You're on a roll. Okay, let's do it. One more game. See how we do. I'm gonna finish the dishes if y'all are gonna play one more game, because there's still a few in the sink. But that was pretty good. That was 2 in a row. At least 4:30. I was specific and I said, please do not be here any later than 4:30. I said, any time you want to get here before then is fine. Please do not be later than 4:30. That was my sincere, direct request. I have received 0 communication since 11 a.m. this morning. I had said I can help you park the car, and she said that would be great, and that was it. So, whoa, good game. Okay. Do I ask? Do you want another one? Because I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Or I could keep doing the dishes. Okay, we're good. I think we're good. We're good, right? Oh wait, it's starting. It's starting. Okay. It started. I took too long. I took too long. I am on a schedule, but that schedule includes the dishes, so that's important. It would be nice to get them done. Also, the sloppy Joe is just cooking away in here, so I can't. You know, we're working. It's going. I don't have too much more to do. If I finish too early, I'm just going to have to sit here with my anxiety for for an hour. So can't have that either. Okay. Last thing though, I'm washing the cutting board. That's always the last thing. Okay. Rinsing. Now I'm actually finished the dishes. That's, whoa. All right. Was that 4 in a row? So that was great, y'all. I think that is a new stream record for sure. Like 100%. That's never happened. I am positive that that's never happened. Good work. We got the good words players hanging out today. All right, we're stirring this. What's the time left on this this thing? 2.5 minutes left. Leaving now. We'll text when I arrive. 13 minutes ago. Gwen? Heard? Okay. 13 minutes ago was at 2:30. So yeah, she'll be on time. Just. Yeah. She drives faster than anyone I know, so. 2 hours is appropriate. I would leave 3 hours ahead. Not 1 minute past 4:30, Mike. 4:30 is what I was asking for. I would like to, here's the thing. I want to leave the house at 5. I'm getting myself ready to be out of here at 5 p.m. I said 4:30 because I know that if I was like, I want to leave at 5, be here by 5, it would be 4:58 and I would be at the door absolutely panicked. Dad, leftover sloppy Joe with mac and cheese? What are you, a wizard? That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. I've definitely never done that, and I'm 100% gonna do that. That's, oh my God. That sounds great. That sounds really, really good. It's one of those things where I'm like, I haven't thought of that before, and I'm surprised I haven't thought of it before. But now that I know, it's going to be like the new thing. Yeah, Mike says, shoes on, bag packed, peed twice. Correct. Correct. Well, for me, it would be like peed once, and then as I'm walking out the door, that's the second time. It's not a moment before. because I'm also going to have to use the bathroom when I get there. So it's, this is 40. Welcome to your 40s. Welcome to your 40s. You pee every moment, and then you have to do it again. Okay, timer's going off for the Sloppy Joe. So great. We have, look at this. So this entire pan of peppers and onions, this was piled up like this, right? That has reduced to this. And this is beautiful. I'm going to take that. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to cook the sausages in this pan, or a pan very much like this. And then when they're pretty much finished, I'm just going to dump this whole thing just into the pan and reheat them. And that'll be dinner. That's the goal. And the sausages are these. Hot pork Italian sausage from Wegmans. Okay, so we're slowly filling up the fridge here. We're slowly like filling the things that go in the fridge, or the things that are being brought on this trip. We're slowly like making a pile here. All right, Sloppy Joe is next. No, next is this. Oh, what the hell was that? That was a stick of butter. Okay. Whew. I thought that was like, I thought something was coming at me, coming down. We got a little, our onion scraps from earlier. Forgot to put those in the scrap bag. I'm just like, my eye is like roaming all over the counter. I'm like, what can I clean up? Yeah, like I'm always like with Calvin, whenever we leave the house, I'm like, go to the bathroom. And he's like, I just did. And I'm like, not what I said. Go again. And he's like, but I just did. And I'm like, go again. When I say go before you leave the house, I mean right before you leave the house. I mean, put your shoes and jacket on and then go to the bathroom, not the other way around. Are you wearing a backpack? Put your backpack on. Are you biking? You better be in that bathroom with your bike helmet on. Like, not a moment before you leave the house. That's the rule. Not sorry. Not sorry. That is how it goes. Okay, Sloppy Joes should be finished. Simmer the sauce, bring the sauce to a simmer and cook, stirring often until thick in about 15 minutes. Taste, season, and serve. Let's do that. Taste, season, and store is what we're gonna do. But this has been over here plorping along. Plorping is the technical term for the sound that it makes when a thick liquid bubbles. It's spelled P-L-O-R-P. We're serving here now. We are we're stirring, seasoning, and then stirring, seasoning, and then putting it in containers for later. Because this is not going to be dinner tonight. This is not going to be dinner tonight at all. This is dinner. This will be dinner Saturday night. For me, anyway. And we're not going to freeze it, so it's going to have a good amount of time to sort of like congeal and gel. The nice thing, what I love about Sloppy Joe, you know you've done it right when you take it, when it's been in the refrigerator for a couple days, and you take it out of the fridge, and it like plops into the pan in like one sort of mass and then kind of dissipates when it's not liquidy. it's in that like sort of not quite gelatinous state, but not solid either. Not solid, not gelatinous, and not like you can't pour it out. It just like kind of comes out in one piece. That's the good stuff. Okay. Well, we have our confirmation text. Feel good now. We're gonna take a sample of this non-Newtonian fluid, right? Just like, you know, it kind of oozes. That's all. Just want it to ooze into the pan. Delicious. What am I going to say? Needs more salt. Forever. Everything forever needs more salt. Now, I didn't measure it when I put it in. Why start now? The other thing, the reason that this probably needs more salt is it calls for tomato sauce, and I used sodium-free tomato sauce, or unsalted, and the recipe does not call for that. It is expecting a regular can of tomato sauce, so that would have added quite a bit of sodium to here. So that is our sort of reason for needing a lot more, is there's a lot less than what was expected to be in here with the ingredients. So I'm going to give this a stir, incorporate all of that I just added. We'll let it sit for just like a moment to dissolve. And then we'll try it again. Fresh spoon. Have I ever shown you the thing that I reach for over here? I'm always like reaching over here for spoons. So I have this little like kitchen cup, for lack of a better term, over here. I don't think I've ever shown this on stream before. It's exceedingly patriotic, I'll have you know. What's in here? I have rulers in here. I have a wooden ruler. I have an architect ruler, ballpoint pen, about 10 of the regular pens that I use, a Sharpie, small pair of scissors, another ballpoint pen, a metal spoon that mainly is just for like stirring tea. And then I rinse it off and just put it back in here. And then a whole bunch of white tasting spoons. So whenever you see me reach over here and grab a tasting spoon, that's what I'm reaching into. It just lives on the counter there in an old coffee can. Yes, much improved. Yup. All right. That's excellent. No farther adjustments needed. Let's get that into some containers. Too big, too small. I don't know. Don't really know how much is actually in here. You know what I'm going to do? Let's actually like measure this, and I'm going to write down on the recipe how many cups doubling this makes, because I feel like I don't have that piece of information. I just don't have, and it's one of those things that I am always like, how much should I make of this? You know, especially when I'm going camping and I'm making this for like 12, 10, or 10 plus people. I'm like, how much should I make? I estimate about a cup per person is sort of the mark that I kind of aim for. This is about 4 cups right there. We have a doubled batch here. Two, 3. So there's about 8 cups. 2. Just about 10 cups or so. A little, yeah, about almost exactly 10 cups. Because I didn't fill that first container. I didn't fill either of the containers completely. So this is ready to go. We'll pop this in the fridge. I want to label it. This is one of those things that I don't really, if this was in the freezer for any length of time, I would be confused about what it is looking in, because it sort of looks like it could be a broth. It could be like, it could be a tomato sauce. Like it really could be anything, sort of looking at the outside of this, but going camping, I don't really need to label it. It's like the big thing of red, like that's sloppy Joe. But I'm going to, because the sake of completion. Just as Liz pointed out earlier, I need to. My brain tells me I have to. What else am I packaging up? The corn for the griddle cakes and the dry mix. The dry mix I'll put in a plastic bag, because the dry mix I'm going to make in my protein shaker that is used for pancake purposes. Okay, how much corn do I need for this? 1 cup of corn. Okay, so this is too big. I need the small, these small containers are a cup. I need 3 lids for that, plus 1 for the corn is 4. Okay. It's soaking this Dutch oven so that it can be cleaned more easily. Almost full here. There we go. Okay. We're doing great, actually. We're making great time. I'm now, anxiety is dissipated because the text came through. I now know. That's all. I think that's all people need, is the like, hey, I'm on the way. Great. My internal clock started ticking right away, and now I know. Okay, so we're gonna label these. We got 1. That what I was saying about like, I love it when people text when they leave. Like that literally goes for like Gwen's parents don't drive here, or sometimes they do, but they live far enough away that they don't drive mostly. And even when they're like taking the train here, it's like, hey, like just text that you made your train. Like, that's all. And then I just know. Then I can literally look up your train number, and I don't need any more information than that. Those look poisoned. I will personally taste them. They are, hopefully not. I tasted them myself, but that, as we know from many, many movies, that means nothing if I'm the one who made them and served them. Okay, so what we're gonna do is put these, all three of these are going in the fridge. We're not freezing anything for this trip. I mean, I'm gonna put some ice packs in the cooler for while it's in the car, but other than that, no need. Okay. Okay, I put the cheddar in the dry mix. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. That's different. I was not expecting to put the cheddar into the dry mix for these griddle cakes. Okay, these are gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna take one big one. Oh, wait, I said I wanted to measure these. Okay, double batch is 10 cups. We did it. We remembered. We remembered. Just like anything, like all these cookies that I've made, right? Every time I make cookies for Cookie Club, I print the recipes, I have them, but I never, ever, well, I shouldn't say, it is exceedingly rare that I remember to write the amount of cookies that I got out of that recipe on the piece of paper. I just don't do it. I forget. All right, so we're having ramen for lunch one day. So I'm just gonna take this broth, just all of it, and bring that so I can put that down here on the shelf too. So that is ready to go. This can go up top for Gwen, should she take any interest in it while I am gone, while we are gone. Not just me, well, we are gone. All right, corn. The recipe says I need a cup of corn. The thing that I love about these types of containers is that they're a predictable amount. That is a cup of corn. I don't need to measure. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope your meeting is smooth. I hope your holiday, it sounds like you're going away for the holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Happy New Year if we don't catch you. I hope your travels, I hope your meeting's good, but I hope your holiday is a safe one. Traveling is always, I hope you are calm and you can find some balance amid everything. And we'll see you soon. And I will be excited when you return. Okay. We've got our corn ready to go. This is frozen, but is going to thaw. Okay, we have packaged our corn. Okay, we packaged everything. Let's do this dry mix now. This is the last of the prep stuff. And I said, once I'm finished with the prep, the food stuff, I have a little organization to do. I have my kitchen boxes that are my external, my out of the house kitchen boxes that I need to recalibrate because I just had them. We went on that trip with my friends and that was a cabin. It was that was a different vibe. I need to make sure that they have what they need in them for camping, for outdoor cooking, as opposed to indoor stuff. So we're gonna recalibrate those. Okay, here's what we're making. By the way, so this book, a lovely friend of the stream purchased and sent this to the P.O. Box. It is called Cook It Wild. It is a book for sensational prep ahead meals for camping, cabins, and the great outdoors. It takes me a while. Whenever I get a new cookbook, it takes me a while to like circle around to like using it. What I always do is I'll read it first. I will flag a bunch of different recipes that I like in it. And I will end up I'll end up using it after like 2 or 3 months. That's almost always the case with cookbooks. It is exceedingly rare that I get a cookbook and cook out of it immediately. So we finally, this is like, I've had this now for like 2 or 3 months. So I'm finally in the mode of like, okay, let's see what's in here. Like read it and see what's in here. What I'm making today are these corn, cheddar, and green onion skillet cakes. We're not making them today, but they're basically really packed pancakes. They're like savory pancakes. So I'm making these for breakfast. I'm making these with some turkey sausages. Some other, this book is actually sectioned off really kind of nicely. They have tips on like kind of dealing with trash, how to wash dishes. They have a section on making your fire, like doing like how to make coals in a campfire. Like, y'all, the amount of times I've seen people just like make a big old fire and then like try to cook on it without like, it's sad. It's not, I mean, it's, you know, you just know. I'm like, oh, you've never done this before, have you? You really haven't. But they have basically like, here's some things that you would want to pack for backpacking, right? A stove, fuel, a windscreen for your stove, some tongs, a folding spatula, a small knife, mugs, you know, miscellaneous, a leak-proof trash bag, hand sanitizer, etc. So this is a nice little book, sort of a primer. It's instructional. It spends the first 50 pages talking about the logistics of camping and cooking and traveling with the food and like at home. So this is like really nicely done. Like this particular book, again, it's called Cook It Wild. And so I've now read this, like I read through everything. There's some really interesting stuff in here. They have, I love the section, there's like a cocktail snacks section. This one looked amazing. Delicious olives warmed by the fire. Olives, chili flakes, rosemary, and olive oil. Like, I have olives in the refrigerator. Like that I bought so I could make this at camp. It's just like a literal, like you just use a little mug and you put some chili flakes in there and literally you just warm up the olives. But it's a nice little mix of stuff. It's a mix of stuff that can be packaged and a mix of stuff that like needs to be cooked. So it's kind of nice because it's like there's snacks, there's like stuff for the trail, there's drinks, and then there's like more formal dinners. There's obviously desserts in here. So it's a nice, this book is really it covers a lot. Anyway, we're making this corn, cheddar, and green onion skillet cake because it looked really good. Bella says, I've seen a couple of YouTube videos where obviously they've never gone camping. They've never made a fire. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's always, yeah, I've definitely seen that too. I've been on camping trips with friends who are like, you know, they're just like, all right, I'm ready to cook. And I'm like, well, the fire's not ready. And they're like, well, just throw it on. And I'm like, no. Fatwood fire starters. Yes. Yeah. That is, it's all, you know, and it's really just knowledge. It's just knowledge. Like, the thing is that those folks have just never done it before. It doesn't mean that they're dumb or incapable or incompetent. It just is like, if you've never cooked over, if you don't have experience cooking over a fire, you would not, maybe not think about it. That's all. So I love this little baggy thing too. I also love reading cookbooks. Even if I'm not cooking out of them, they're great. They're very informative. I don't think you need to cook out of a cookbook to get tremendous value out of it. There is thousands of YouTube videos. That's the thing. I think a lot of folks don't do that. They're just like, I'm going to cook it over the fire. Like, and I've definitely seen this. I think it happens with like meat too, where someone's like, I'm going to cook steak. You know, we're going to get steaks and just throw them on the grill. And then, you know, they're burnt. They're both burnt and raw at the same time, which is like, how did you manage that? Flour, cornmeal, buttermilk powder, sugar. Okay, so let's get our ingredients out for this. Flour. Oh, wait, where's my cornmeal? I know I have it. I just saw it. I literally checked that I had it. There it is. Okay. Flour, cornmeal, buttermilk powder is in the fridge because that's where it gets stored. Sugar, chia seeds or flax seeds. I got a mix of both. Baking powder, kosher salt, and cheese. Okay. Baking powder. Salt. Cheese is in. The cheese I need to grate. I don't have that yet, but I do need to. Well, this cheese needs to go down here because that is for the trip. This is going to be grated. We'll grate this in a second. This baggy thing, wonderful. Just wonderful. It has this baggy thing has survived so many like kitchen cleanouts, restructures, like throwing stuff out. It's survived all of that because it's so useful. I love it. Like I will never get rid of this thing. And it's so silly. Like, it's just two little sticks that come up and they hold the bag open, but like, easy. Okay, 1 cup of all-purpose flour. How many pancakes does this say it makes? Ingredient weight, 28 ounces. Well, that's fun. It's like, they give you the weight of all of the ingredients cumulative. I guess for backpacking, I'm assuming it's for that. If you wanted to like figure out your pack weight, why wouldn't they? Just give me the weight of the ingredients per ingredient too? That would be awesome. Okay, flour, 1 cup of cornmeal. So move ingredients from one side to the other as they get used. Best by March 20th, 2026. Great. Still good. Yeah. It smells fine. Cornmeal is one of those things that you can smell it if it's like gone bad, turns rancid. Okay, 1 cup, confirmed, 1 cup of cornmeal. Okay. And I need to put a rubber band on this guy. 1/4 cup of buttermilk powder. That feels like a lot of buttermilk powder. It's in here behind all this bread. The Italian rolls also come down here. So as I'm kind of in the refrigerator today and keep moving around here, I'm like moving things down to the bottom shelf where I am, what the hell is this? Oh, okay, that's more stock. That can go in the freezer, I suppose. I'm moving things down to this bottom shelf area because this is sort of like when I'm cooking or when I'm packing for a trip, I move everything down here, and eventually I just kind of pull everything out from down there that is coming with me. I also need to portion out these eggs, so let me get those out because I might forget that. Where's my buttermilk powder? Ruh-roh. There it is. Okay, never mind. Sorry, crisis averted / not actually real. Okay. That sounds weird. That doesn't sound very powdered. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. A 1/4 cup of buttermilk powder. Is this oh yeah, that'll, it's got some, it's like, I think it got, it's okay. It's a little chunky, like caked, but it will, it's getting mixed up anyway. A 1/4 cup of granulated sugar. It's still good. Yeah, December 2027. Yeah, that's good. Quarter cup of sugar. Cookbook is a bit pricey. I do not know what it cost. It was a gift. Well, it's the thing that I would say about this particular cookbook. Hold on, 1/4 cup granulated sugar. Yes. The thing that I would say about it is a lot of the recipes I feel like I could come up with on my own, but I haven't. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of a, I like having it all in one place. Like, that's sort of the value that the value I'm finding in it is, it's like not a blog, you know, it's not, I just, sometimes I just can't look on the internet for things. It's just, there's like too much there and I get overwhelmed, and I like when I have, you know, 5 or like 2 different pancake options, that's it. And if I see something in there that I'm like, maybe I could tweak that, then I'll know more specifically what to look for. So a lot of times when I'm using a cookbook, I'm using it for like a primer on if I'm going to find something new, how to look for that thing. Where do I start that search? 4 teaspoons of baking powder. Okay, where's my teaspoon? No, it's in the dishwasher. No. Okay, that's fine. I have these half teaspoons. Wait, a tablespoon is 3 teaspoons. That's not going to work. Okay, never mind. 4 teaspoons of baking powder. This is a half teaspoon, so I need 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1/4 cup chia seeds or ground flaxseed. Well, I got this thing, which is a mix of both milled flax and chia seeds. It's a blend. This is good for smoothies too, which I am after December, I'm going to encourage Calvin to go back on the smoothie train, because we have a bunch of these like frozen fruit bags in the freezer, and I'd like them to leave because they're large. A 1/4 cup of this. Okay. And I think this is probably best stored in the refrigerator because flax goes rancid. So does chia. I wonder if it says to store them in the refrigerator. Refrigerate after opening. Yep. 3/4 of a teaspoon of kosher salt. Put that right there. kosher salt, 3/4 teaspoon. So I have a half a teaspoon. I'll put a little bit more. Let's do a half plus a half of that. It doesn't need to be exactly accurate. And then 1.5 cups of finely grated cheddar cheese. All right, so this is my initial mix here. Let's get this counter cleared off before I get to the cheese mixing. We've got cabinet items to put away. It says to mix the cheese in beforehand and then refrigerate it. I'm guessing that you don't really need to do that if you don't mix the cheese in. But I'm going to, because it makes it easier. And I'm not really worried about refrigeration because it's going to be below freezing. So not a concern. Okay, let's mix this up. Mix this bag up a little bit here. And I'm going to mix all of this in a protein shaker to get it when we're at the campsite. It gets mixed together with corn and combine the dry mix, combine the water, stir to incorporate, add the green onions and corn, fold them in and let this batter rest for 5 minutes to thicken. So you add this, all of this, with 2 cups of water, and that's it. Oh, I need butter. I need to remember to bring butter with me. And this butter is a thing that I often forget to bring. So I did just remember that. Okay, good. So this mix is great. Soflif, what's in your frozen fruit stash? Anything fun? A couple months ago, Calvin asked me to get him stuff for smoothies, and I did. He was like making smoothies. He made smoothies out of the remainder of the like frozen fruit that we had in there. And then he was like, can you get me some more smoothie stuff? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I did. And he used it once and hasn't touched it since. So after December, I'm going to encourage him to go back to the smoothies to get rid of all of that fruit. Ray, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Happy Friday Junior, as it is. I just remember, I was like, I got these eggs out to prep them. Now they're ready too. Okay, but we're just continuing to sort of pile up on the bottom left of the refrigerator here. We've got everything that's going on in the trip is usually right there in the bottom corner. I'll include, oh, hold on. Other thing I want to put down there is ketchup. Ketchup for the hot dogs. I already put the chili oil down there. For the ramen, I think I have syrup in my bag or in my box, and we'll get to that in just a few minutes. We need to grate the cheese though. That's next. There we go. Wash my hands here real quick while I'm at it, and I'm about to handle cheese. Nothing super fun. Bananas. You don't like blackberries. Is it the seeds or the taste? Lemon, hello. My partner will buy a bag of mango and say, I'm going to make smoothies. And he makes one and leaves the bag of mango in the freezer to be in my way forever. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Calvin was like, can you get me some smoothie stuff? And I did. I bought him like a big old thing from Wegmans, like a giant bag of like mixed berries, which is what he likes. And then he was like, then he never touched it again. But object impermanence, I think he just forgets that it's there. And you know, if I don't consistently remind him to like look in the freezer for breakfast, he won't. That's how it goes. I ate a bag myself. And then he did it again. That's like, I feel like there's an opportunity for passive aggression in there somewhere. Somewhere right on the surface. Like, hey, can I, like, you're sitting in the living room or something, you're like, hey, can I get you a snack? And you just bring in like a bag of frozen mangoes in a bowl and a spoon, and you're like, how many do you want? All right, we need a cup and a half of cheddar cheese. 1 1/2 of a cup. This is a half cup. That's fine. Finely grated. Finely grated? That's interesting. I don't know that I've seen that note on cheddar cheese before. Finely grated cheddar cheese. I'm kind of curious. I'm curious if I'm doing it wrong now. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. That's my definition of finely grated cheese, when I just look at it and go, it's fine. Because it is. The whole thing will be ruined. I know. I guess I'm wondering if it makes a difference to the bat. That was a good one. That was a good laugh. I don't know what that one was. Sometimes I like some of the laughs in there. I have no idea what they are. That one was that. Was that the one from? Was that from The Simpsons? That one felt like what's the guy's name? The bully or whatever. Oh, I don't know his name. It sounded like it. It sounded like a Simpsons laugh. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody can well actually me about it if I'm wrong. All right, that is 1 cup. And then we'll... Nelson. Nelson's the bully, right? That's who... I think that's who it was. Months. Right, you just got my cookies. Amazing. Heat them up a little bit first. 20 to 25 seconds on a paper towel in the microwave. That is definitely the move. All right, we're good. That is good for cheese. Let's get this. Do I have plastic wrap in here somewhere? Yeah. Or don't heat them up. You do you. But my recommendation is heating them up. The recipe's recommendation is heating them up, actually. As is mine. Nelson Muntz. There we go. We've closed the loop. It is both Nelson and Muntz. That reminds me of the Kingpin. Is it Munson's the guy's name? It's been so long since I used this plastic wrap, it retreated back in the box. Okay. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff in the house that occasionally is just like, was asked for at one point and then never thought of again. Now, there's plenty of stuff that is asked for and is always in high demand. Chips, for example. I could buy 25 bags of potato chips, and within like 2 weeks, they would just be gone. Gone. Completely gone. I could stock the entire cabinet with nothing but potato chips. And like a week later, Grandma would be like, can you order some more chips? Can you like get some more chips when you're at the store? And I'd be like, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Family size bag my ass. Okay. So we're gonna making sure to toss the cheese well in the mixture to coat it. You got it, recipe. We're gonna do just that. Okay. Tossing the cheese to coat. This is the part where we're putting all of our trust in SC Johnson and it's the seal on their bags. A family company. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be nice to be in that family. They're probably fucking rich. Yeah. Walmart's a family company too. Okay, what else do I need for this? Breakfast sausages, okay. Water, okay, got it. Green onions, already sliced them. Corn kernels, already in the fridge. Salted butter, already in the fridge. Maple syrup, we're gonna check on that in a moment. I'm not gonna label this because this is the only Ziploc bag of stuff and there's no real need to label it. What I am gonna do right now, before I forget, because this is the type of thing that I will 100% forget to do, unless I do it when I'm thinking about it, which is right now. You know you want to. I do want to, and I thought about it, but I also thought about the fact that I'm going to use that plastic bag again, and I don't want it to have, I don't want to have it, I don't want to have writing on it. It was a relatively new bag. It's only probably had, it's probably only had been used once or twice. All right. I'm going to take a picture of this recipe. That way I don't need to bring the book with me. I do want to assume that my phone will work, but I'm pretty sure that I'll figure out how to make these even if I don't have the recipe. Mix the batter. Okay, so you mix it, you mix in the green onions and the corn, you let it rest for a few minutes. Cook the skillet cakes. Wipe out the skillet and set over medium heat. When a drop of water splashes into the pan, dances for a second or two, and then evaporates, it's ready. Yes. Add 1/2 tablespoon of the butter to coat the pan, then pour or plop 3/4 cup of the batter. Shake the pan to spread the batter around a bit. This will get you caramelized edges. Good note. Cook the skillet cake undisturbed until bubbles form and burst in the middle, leaving open holes behind 2 to 4 minutes. Carefully flip the cake, then add a few of the cooked sausages to the edge of the pan to reheat. Cook another few minutes until the cake is dark at its edges, its underside turns golden, and is cooked through. Repeat with the remaining butter, batter, and sausages. Serve. Serve the skillet cakes warm with the sausages and maple syrup. Sounds delicious. I assume it is. Okay. So, I finished my prep list. We did it. We finished this pen is also out of ink. Finished the prep list, food prep list. Now what I want to do is something, thank you. Now what I want to do is move along to my box. I have a cooking box, and I want to go through that because I last used it for a cabin trip. I have literally not even opened it since then, so it has, who knows what's in there, honestly. But I'm probably going to need to refill some of the salt. I'm going to need to like switch some stuff out of it. So let's do that now, because that is easy enough to do. Where is that box? It's over here. Okay. BRB. We've got when I say box, I mean multiple boxes. There's 3. There's two that are for hardware, and one that is for food storage. So just a second, we're going to go through these. I'm probably going to end up taking a bunch of stuff out of here and replacing it with, taking things out and replacing it with other stuff. So let's start with the food box, because that one's the easiest to do. Because this one's like ready to go. All right, I have syrup in here. So this is this one's not expired, right? Shouldn't be. 5/28/25. This is probably fine. It's fine. This one's brand new, unopened, expires July 2026. So we'll set that one to the side. Here's my pancake bottle. 16 ounces, that's 2 cups, right? Yeah, 16 ounces, 2 cups. Okay, so this will hold all of the batter. We have fluff. This is good. This is what we need. I have a bunch of plastic utensils. I brought these. These are for when I go on a trip and I have like a bunch of people, like 10 plus people, because I don't carry enough metal cutlery to accommodate that many people. We do, however, I wash these forks. These are like multi-use. They're just like, big bag of plastic forks. I hate throwing them out. I'm very much like, we wash them and keep them. So plastic forks, same thing with the plastic knives. It has always annoyed me that the plastic knives are in a box and the plastic forks are in a bag. Watch this. This is going to be it's not going to be much. It's not going to be much to see, but my brain loved this. Oh my God, y'all, that was satisfying. We have our cutlery. Silly but serious. Very serious about that. Obviously, lest you think I'm not serious about keeping these bags until they're fucking done. I'm serious about keeping those bags until they are done. Okay, this bag was for something on the last trip. I don't remember what that was for. Irrelevant, doesn't matter. We're gonna put that one over by the sink. All right, we've got hot cocoa packets. These are, like I said, I went on this trip and didn't, what do we have here? 4 cups of water, 1 cup of mix, 1 cup of mix per 2/3 cup of water. Okay, so this is pancake mix. I don't need this weekend because I'm not making pancakes, but I'm going to keep it. This is mix for monkey bread. This is cinnamon and sugar. These are, like I said, I took this box on the last trip we went on, just like assuming that I was going to be making a couple different things, and I didn't end up making them. The pancake mix and the monkey bread mix, I'm just going to take up to the place that I store all my camping stuff. That'll be fine just hanging out up there. All right, we have some paper plates and paper bowls. I mainly use these for prep. I have regular plastic plates and plastic bowls, reusable ones. These are for things like when I have like ingredients to prep. I will use paper products. All right, we have chocolates, individually wrapped Hershey bars for s'mores. I have a brand new pack of graham crackers. Is this one unopened? Yeah, there's an unopened pack of graham crackers in there. So that's good. So we have our s'mores kit, essentially. I've got my chocolate bars to put in the box. Which of these are fresher? These are fresher. Okay. We'll take the old ones and we'll put the ones that are not, they're not done yet, but they are firmer, shall we say. And then s'more sticks, obviously. My friend that I go camping with, right, denies. I was like, hey, you left your s'more sticks in my camping box. And he was like, no, I didn't. And I was like, you did. And he was like, I definitely didn't. And I was like, you did. Here they are. And he was like, those aren't mine. And I was like, well, where are yours? And he was like, well, I think they're at my house. And I was like, here they are. And he was like, those are yours. And I was like, these are mine. I've never seen these before in my life. And he was like, no, mine are at my house. And I was like, dude, these are not mine. I don't know where these came from. We're the only two people in this campsite. They are definitely yours. And he was like, no. And I was like, fine, give them to me. So guess what, bitch? They're mine now. I was like, are you really arguing with me over this? What are we talking? What are we arguing about here? This is so stupid. Anyway, they're mine now because I just gave up. I was like, fine. Fine, they're mine now. I don't care. I don't care. I was like, I don't care enough to die any farther on this hill. We're good here. This fluff, a thing of like chocolate mini morsels, and then crumbled up graham crackers are for pie irons. If you're familiar with pie irons. I am not bringing any bread on this trip. So I'm not gonna make any pie irons on this trip. So I'm not gonna bring them. Anyway, okay, so what's left over in this box is what I am bringing with me, which is not very much in this moment, but it will be more in a few moments here. Whoa. Okay, that's good. Now, I am bringing these Tostitos, these like multi-grain, the scoops style. These go with the Sloppy Joes. They're great. Basically, you like make the Sloppy Joe sandwich, and then you put the scoops. You put the scoops underneath of the bread on the plate, and you eat it over the scoops, and then you pick the scoops up so that you don't really waste anything. I need to make sure that I have my rolls for this, for the Sloppy Joes, and my rolls I know, because I just reorganized my freezer the other day, are in here. Right here. Here they are. Yes, we have leftover rolls from another trip. I have 4 of these seeded potato rolls. We're just going to use this. Megan, got your cookies. Amazing. I'm glad that you got them. please, if you are not please, if you want a delightful experience with them, heat them up for like 20 to 30 seconds in the microwave on like just on a paper towel, and they'll be so much better, I promise you. Okay, so we have rolls. We've got rolls, more rolls. Let me look at my computer because I need to see what other dry stuff needs to go in this box. No one confesses to the vodka. This secret vodka. An unopened French press. That's kind of nice. I mean, I wouldn't say no to an unopened French press, fellas. That sounds pretty great, actually. Okay, let's see. We have, what are we eating on this trip? Saturday, griddle cake. So I have the griddle cake mix in the fridge. Corn is in the fridge. Scallions are in the fridge. Sausages are in the freezer. Do they need to be frozen? I don't think these need to be frozen. I think these can actually be in the refrigerator. Let's see. Does it say keep frozen? Thawed. No, these can be thawed. All right, let's put these in the fridge. That way I will remember that they're there. Sunday. Eggs, milk, sausage, and ketchup. Have all of that. Did I get the ketchup down the bottom shelf? I did. Milk, I'm gonna get on the way there. Ramen was the other thing I wanted to put in here. Okay, that was it. I was like, I'm missing something specific and important. Oh, it was broken. That sucks. That definitely sucks. Vanilla ice cream with those cookies would be fantastic. I love your riff on the I love your addition. You know, I have vanilla ice cream in the house here and did not do that, and now I wish I had. I didn't think about it. I just ate them as they were. Okay, ramen. Dinner, sausage in the fridge, peppers in the fridge, cheese in the fridge, rolls and ketchup all in the fridge. Sloppy Joe mix in the fridge, same with the rolls and the cheese. The chips are in here. I had vegetable down on the list because that was still TBD, but we're going to delete that. Don't tell anybody. Graham crackers, so dessert. Graham crackers, chocolate, marshmallows. Oh, I want to do baked apples. Basically like an apple in the in some parchment paper and then aluminum foil. You put that in the fire with like a quarter cup of water in the pack, and it sort of steams the whole thing and makes it really nice. Apples. I want to get out. Let's see. Okay, so here's some apples. I need to start moving some things back here so that I can add more things to this shelf. The only thing that I don't have that I really need to get is some type of coffee. I only have like a little bit left, and it's not going to be enough. But that can be gotten at basically any store on the way. Apples. Okay, and I also had a, where did I put it? There it is. Okay, I had a mix of for apple filling. This is basically like dried fruit and brown sugar, oats, and what else is in here? Coconut. This has been, this was from fall, so this should still be good. Yeah. So I'm just going to use that. So apple filling can go in here. Now this box is ready to go. When the rolls in the fridge are thawed, I'm going to put those in here too. I don't want to put them in here when they are still frozen. And any other snacks I decide to bring are going to go in this box as well. So this box is ready to go. We have all of our non-refrigerated dry food plus snacks are in here. So this is box number 1. Box number. Now this, I can actually, hold on, let me move all of these off the counter too, because these are just going to go upstairs in the camping closet. And when I come back, I'm just going to put them back inside of that box. This goes in a different box. This is a dry good. This is not a food item. Okay, so box number 2 is kitchen stuff, non-cookware stuff, cleaning stuff, trash bags, that type of thing. So what do we got in here? A bunch of stuff that I'm probably don't want to bring with me. So disinfecting wipes, bar keepers. I do not need to bring this with me. This was for our cabin trip when I was like scouring sheet pans all day. Aluminum foil. There is plenty left on that roll. There's like 1 or 2 trips. There's at least 1 trip worth of foil left on this roll. So we're good on here. Dish soap, obviously. Dish brush. We have some sponges. A couple different sponges here. Let's throw out the one that doesn't look the best. These 2 look fine. This one is, oh, actually this one looks hurt. Okay. Throw out the old one. We got some little stuff in here. Toothpicks, floss picks, of course. Sharpie, 2 Sharpies, a lighter, just a single like camp knife. I have a bag of, this is a bag of clean quart containers and lids. So this is all, I know I used some of these out of here on the last trip, so I'm going to open this and check what exactly is in here. This is for a couple reasons. So I have this for prep, but I also have this for leftovers because it sucks to waste food. And when I'm only cooking for Calvin and I cook like a box of pasta, that's too much pasta even for 2 pasta enthusiasts. So things like that mean that I need leftover containers. So I'm gonna get at least 1 more quart container here, because the quart containers, the big ones, are really the star of the show as far as like camp cooking leftovers go. So 2 quarts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pints, and 8 pints, that's 4 quarts, and then 3 of these like single cup situations. So let's see, 8, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 13 lids. Okay, these are ready to go. So these just go in a plastic bag. Often I don't end up using these because, like, for the Sloppy Joe mix, right, I will make the Sloppy Joe, but then I will just put the leftovers back in the container that I got it out of, that I brought it in. So most of the time, I end up not using these at all. They're good to have, though, because a clean leftover container is hard to come by. Okay, so these are ready to go back in the box. What else do we have in here? Gloves. These are like, so many gloves. Gloves I use constantly because it's like if you don't have running water at camp, but you have plastic gloves, you're good to go. Trash bags, obviously a necessity. I don't need to re-up these. There's plenty here. I'm only going to use one trash bag for the whole weekend, so this is like excessive. Incense, because it smells nice. It smells nice and takes up basically no room. Extra roll of paper towels. I don't usually use these. I usually like bring a roll with me, but just in case, I've got some extra paper towels in the cooking box. And then we also have regular towels for kitchen purposes. So this box is looking good. The only thing that I am gonna keep an eye out for in the other box is whether or not I have parchment paper, because the foil is in this box, but the parchment is generally in the other box. Because the other box doesn't have a divider in it. This one has a divider. So we have some other stuff on this side. I'll show you that in a second. But all this kind of just wedges back in here. You'll be surprised to know that it's all got a very specific like spot and location. They would not be surprised to know that at all, Lou. They've hung out here for more than like 10 seconds. They know that everything has a place in this box. Okay. Gloves. Gloves stay near the top. Dish stuff. Dish stuff stays near the top because I take it out of the box basically immediately and put it in the dish pan when we get there. So there's no, the dish stuff doesn't live in this box except for travel purposes. Okay, so this is ready to go. We have a cooking box. On this side is all spices and seasonings. So I have my special toppings jar. This is the one with the chocolate, brown sugar, coconut, nonpareils, sprinkles. Sometimes there's marshmallows in here. This is just like mixed up stuff. Maple syrup, olive oil. This did not get used on the last trip, so I'm good. I don't need to touch that. Some different small spices here. Thing of cooking spray, salt and pepper. All like pre-ground pepper, but a big container of kosher salt, big container of pepper. We have, what is this, paprika? Yeah. Oh, fuck, that's chili powder. That was a bad idea. Let's do it again. Oh, we have chili powder. Ouch. My sinuses. I just wanted to confirm. Red pepper flakes.
Sorry, I know what I'm doing.
What is this?
I have no
garlic
freaking
powder.
idea what I'm doing.
Oh God, the back of my eye feels spicy now. Ouch. My sinuses are like, F you. Oh, damn. Yeah, my eye hurts. Somehow my eye hurts. It's fine. We persevere. And then obviously blue labeling tape, because that gets used. These, oh, it is like I maced myself. These go inside of the blue labeling tape. Then the salt and pepper sits on top of them. This box is packed. I also have Zatar, Aleppo, and Malden finishing salts. So that rounds out that rounds out the spice cabinet. I used to bring a lot more spices. I used to bring a whole enormous like Rubbermaid crate. This past season, summer, but like season, I cut that way down. The special toppings really don't go in this container. They were in here because was like a cabin trip situation. Oh, fuck. Ouch. I'm wondering, oh man, you know what I should do? I should take all these containers and put them in little plastic bags, and then I could put a bunch of them in a coffee can, and I could stack that up, like the blue tape with the coffee can with the salt and pepper right on top. Yeah. That would work. Because these are always falling all over the place and they're annoying. And okay. Can I fit them in here with this? Belly flops, welcome in. Hello? I cannot. Okay, project for next time. Project for the next trip. Okay. Fellas, just have I considered myself business as a professional organizer? You know what? I have. And I'm like sort of working towards that in a slow but steady capacity, not for like organization, but for like specifically kitchen stuff. So that's box number 2. Box number 3 is cooking stuff. Hold on, special toppings need to go in the dry food bin. Okay. Oh my God. I'm like, oh, terrible. Okay, well, we definitely have enough aluminum foil. Here's 200 square feet of it ready to go. All right, things that are in this box that do not need to be in here for any reason right now. Ice cube trays. We're going to be outside. It's going to be cold. More ice cube trays. These I bring to cabins with me when I don't know the freezer situation. No, let me rephrase. These I bring to cabins with me because I don't trust ice trays in places that I don't know. Are they clean? Who knows? Who knows? I should have had the overhead view on, huh? Sorry. Oh my God, dying. Oh, shit. Okay, so this box is quite a bit, this is just like stuff stacked on stuff. Another trash bag. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, this is, what is this? This is a ring for my travel mug. Don't need that either. Okay, I brought these coffee cans down because I wanted to transition these utensils from a mug to a coffee can because they are exploding out all over the place. There we go. Much nicer. And now I can also put some other, whoa, the knife, thing just came off the knife. All right, so this is good. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, Lou, stop, you've got it. I'm gonna empty this box. I'm gonna empty this box and then repack it and like put the stuff in. You could totally come to my place and watch me freak out and organize everything. That's quite literally the objective of what I'd like to do in future work is that. Yeah, like, hey, let me come by and we'll like dig through your cabinets together for a few hours. I'll ask you questions about stuff, and then as you answer them, we'll figure out what you need and what you don't need, and then how to put it all back in. What is this thing for? Let's put it in the right place. Like, how do you cook? What types of things do you cook? Etc., etc. Kristen, welcome in. Hello. Callie Kong, hello. welcome. Okay, hold on. I can't, this has a, oh, wait, yes I can. I have to push it from the bottom. These crates are, how do I need something thin to do. Chopstick. Chopstick. This is a job. This is a job for a chopstick. The other day when I was like, I use chopsticks for everything. Now you know. Anyway, I'm gonna just take the, it's like some dust and debris on the bottom. I'm not cleaning this. I'm not even gonna like wipe it. I'm just literally wiping it with my hand. Well, let's see, fellow LGBTQ tattoo loving parents. Well, there is a niche. Welcome in. Not sponsored, but these crates are from a company called Sidio Crate, S-I-D-I-O, and they make these like modular sort of crate systems. You can buy different pieces for them. Like they come just sort of like this with the bottoms that are they're, you know, porous bottoms. C Films, hello. Doing great. Doing great. Great, whatever. I'm well. How are you? I would recommend if you ever want to buy from Sidio Crate that you wait until they have an annual sale, because when they go on sale, they're cheap. When they're not on sale, they're too expensive. So, but they are very good. They work really well. And they stack nicely, which is like kind of nice. Right? I always forget if I can close this. I can. I can never remember. Okay, so in this box, here's what we have going on in here. Cutting boards. 2 wooden ones, 1 big, 1 small, 2 plastic. Sandwiched kind of all together like that. I have a container with utensils. Not only are there utensils in here, there's also like spoons for cooking, like sauce type spoons. I have a can opener in here, can opener slash bottle opener, kind of multi-purpose thing, and then just a variety of spoons, knives, and forks, metal forks. Like these are all what I use. Like these are what we use to eat. So those go in there. I don't know if they go right there, but they're going to go in there. They're going right there right now. Okay. Also, I have a plastic fork that made its way into there. Need to put that into the plastic fork bag. Chapstick Queen, welcome in. Chapstick Queen, you're very close to 100 check-ins. You're almost there. Also in this box, we have a combo. Oh wait, this goes in there too, and a small whisk for batter, eggs, hot chocolate, mainly hot chocolate. We have and there's an order that things go in here too, that they literally have to go in or else they won't fit. So this is one of those sort of stackable camp cooking setups. It has a frying pan with a little foldable handle that also locks in. I promise you it locks in place. The pan itself, yeah, there we go. Don't squeeze it. This is functionally useless. I don't use this. I use this when I need 2 frying pans. My primary pan is this cast iron pan, which I'll show you in a second. I mainly use the cast iron pan. This is sort of like, I don't want to say a backup, but a backup. The lids on these are really nice. They are, there's 2 different pots in here. There's this one, which is a 3 liter pot. Both of these are specifically like made for camping, and they have this little hole on the bottom. So when the handles fold in too. So like when you're making pasta in here or anything you need to drain, right? You can just hold the handles and hold these rubber pieces on the lid and drain it like that without a colander, which is so helpful because you literally don't need a colander. And then there's also a large pot, same exact thing. This is a 5 liter pot. Yeah, 5 liters it says. But the handles fold in and these stack into each other. Into here, I also have 2 just general use plastic bowls. These are part of a larger set. I never use more than 2. And if I need more than 2, I don't. If I need more than 2, I just do something else. The lids kind of go in 1, 2, and then this stacks on top. So in here, I have a 3 liter pot, a 5 liter pot, a large bowl, a small bowl, and a frying pan, all in like one sort of large package. Callie says, 34-year-old mama 3 since today. Congratulations. Iron Woman athlete, ex-doctor and bartender and 2-time business owner of bakeries. A bakery is a fun thing to do. I have a spouse who's a tattooist. That's kind of that is you've had a wealth of experience. Do you have a motivation for moving between those things? 5 and 22. Excellent. That is a broad range, but fun. It sounds fun. It sounds like a lot. Oh my God. I inhaled some red pepper earlier and it is literally just devastating me still. Okay. Moving along, we have a mug, a insulated mug, not special. That just kind of lives there. I think I'm actually going to put that mug in this coffee pot for now, along with our 1 cup measure, half cup measure, tablespoon, and teaspoon. So I don't have any more than these. These come in a much larger set, but I can figure out the rest by using these things. Don't need to add additional stuff here. Actually want to take this. This is a handle for my cast iron pan. Just one of those like nice to have things. I'll put that in there. And what else am I going to put in here? Basically I want to keep the mug from rattling around. That's my goal. I can put the tops in here too. Okay, so the tops are in there, handles in there. Mug, not a mug, coffee pot. I don't use this for coffee. Mainly what I use this for is heating up just like hot water for dishes. Occasionally I'll make soup in there because it's easy. You don't need a ladle. When you make it in a coffee pot, you just pour it out the spout. We have a couple other things in here. Heat-proof trivet. That actually, I use that. So things are in here not only by like size, but also like how often they get used. So I'm sort of making some judgment calls here as I'm going along about where and how I fit things in. It's like a fun little puzzle. Okay, this will probably just go right there. Scraper for my cast iron pan, very important. Plastic scraper. Callie says, I used to like being a doctor, but it burned out after 6 years of doing it. And I used to have a bakery when I lived in the States, but we're in Canada and I decided to get into bartending. You see, it sounds like you got out in time. The sister's kids are between 6 and 20, and it's cool to have different ages and stages. It is cool. It's kind of nice. When kids are all stacked up, it's neat when you're like a little older and you have like close siblings. But I imagine as a parent, it's nice to have like a little separation, so there's no like fighting about very specific things that they both want at the same time because they're both the same age and stage. I'm also putting my pancake maker back in here. Okay, so in here is also a variety of just cooking utensils: wooden spatula, non-slotted wooden spatula, metal spoon, wooden scraper, flat scraper. This is for both the griddle and the cast iron pan. I have a large spatula. Mainly, this is for grilling things. I tend to use it primarily for grilling. So that one kind of slides in. That's a big one, and it sort of fits weirdly, but we got it. Okay. And again, I'm maneuvering things. I'm like rearranging and maneuvering as we kind of get in here. So those are all good. That can sit right there. Last couple things. Tongs, obviously a need. Small paring knife, larger chef style knife. And eventually what happens is all of these cooking things sort of settle to the bottom. They don't stay there. And then this is a ladle. So just a nice like foldable ladle. It's nice to have a foldable one because it this is a weird shape to store in a box like this, and being able to like fold it into itself and put it in a little bag is fantastic. Got out since the fires in LA. Excellent. Well, not about the fires, but yes. Brooke, hello. I hope you're enjoying your lurk. Need the separation to pay for college. Oh my God. Yeah. I need my kid to be smart. That's what I need. No pressure, right? And okay, so this aluminum foil is going to go in the box with the other stuff. This is parchment paper, just like a bunch of rolled parchment paper. That goes, that goes in the other box as well. Some of this stuff just sort of got moved around from one to the other because I was using it for a cabin and not a campsite, and I was also like, it's different uses. Everything kind of goes into the same box, and before each trip, I just kind of like look through and do what needs to be done. Okay. And the other thing that's going in the dry food box is a tablecloth with table clamps, of course. As not really a dry food item, but also not something that is used during cooking really at all. So the last thing that goes in this box is this cast iron pan. I don't use this at home. This is just like my camping pan. This is weirdly seasoned at the moment. I don't know, it's a little off, but this is a 1941 Lodge cast iron pan. It has the nice little ring around the outside. The only thing that is somewhat frustrating about this pan is it doesn't have the little notch on the other side. But this is the main thing that I cook in. Like, this is every meal, every trip, basically. If it's not in one of the pots, it's in this pan. A friend of mine refinishes these. His link is in the panels below. There's a panel for friends of the stream. He does a little Etsy shop called New England Cast Iron, and I got this from him. Valis, you do get good at minimizing. Like I said, I used to keep all of this in like a huge Rubbermaid tote. I used to keep all the stuff that is in these two, this box over here and this box right here, in one big Rubbermaid tote, which now lives in my camping closet and serves as the storage space for everything. It's like where all of it, all the stuff that I like pull out of here that I'm not going to use for any specific trip, it goes into that box. So now it's just storage. This pan goes in here. It should fit right like that. Yep, there it goes. And then we sort of toss this other stuff in wherever it'll fit on the top. And it comes with a cutting board on the top, which I don't use. It's just nice to have. I think I've used it like once or twice. Ooh, what's pushing it up? There, it just wasn't on. So we are good to go. And then the only other things that I bring that are not in there currently are, that are not in those boxes right now, are bowls, plastic plates, reusable bowls, reusable plates, and then metal, aluminum chafing dishes. These get about as much use as my cast iron pans. These are super important. So that is, we're good. Let's see, we're good to go on basically everything now, except everything is ready now except clothing. I packed Calvin's clothes, but not mine. And yeah, clothing. That's about it. Old ones from the 1900s to 1910s. They're so fun. Cast iron is interesting because it doesn't really, I mean, it doesn't go bad. It doesn't go bad. And if you don't know how to clean it, there's plenty of space. There's plenty of places that will. Could condense that down to about half. Oh, totally. I don't need all those cutting boards. I don't need all those pots and pans either. I think what I would probably do if I really wanted to, Bellis, what I would do is I would just have one box and I would pack specifically for each trip. I would take everything out of that big box. I would pack like one cast iron pan, one pot, one spoon, a knife, or I would do I would just like pull out of the closet for the thing that I needed for that one trip. I do not have an SUV. I have a Subaru Impreza. So it's like the smaller version of the Subaru. I mean, it's still a, what's the word? A station wagon? Do we call them station wagons anymore? I don't recall. But it is still a station wagon. So it does have a good amount of room, enough. What year? What year is it? 2015. It's a 2015. I think. Yeah. It is a 2015. So that is the camping. That is the camping setup. And the only other thing that I do bring with me is my little, now I bring this little coffee brewer. But I'm not packing this because I'm going to use it tomorrow morning. And Velos, yeah, mostly. So this is like, I'm going to pop these in the car. I could certainly cut this. I could condense this down quite a bit. It's condensed down from what I had before. I could definitely make it a lot smaller based on like pack per trip. But I don't need to in this moment, so I don't. So that's really where my head is at. And yeah, if you really neglect your cast iron, it can go bad. It can rust through. 91 Subaru. Oh my God. That is still kicking. That's incredible. That is, not gonna lie, that is kind of incredible. Okay. It is 16:24. We have hit. We have hit basically our time limit for today. I said I wanted to be finished at 16:30, and here we are. I know what we're raiding today. We're going to raid our friend of the stream, Mrs. Handy's Kitchen. Mrs. H looks to be celebrating a birthday. We're not going to make assumptions, but I think it's a big one. Her title says "R.I.P. my 30s." So if you have also RIP'd your 30s, let's go tell Mrs. H happy birthday. She says, "Hit me with your food jokes and puns. Celebrating the end of my 30s with nachos." Mrs. H is a fellow food and drink streamer and friend of the stream, and I'm very happy to be able to raid over there today because we're finishing a little earlier than usual. Next stream is going to be Tuesday, December 16th. Tuesday, December 16th, we're going to be, what are we doing? We're going to be in the kitchen. It's going to be a normal time stream, about noon to 7 p.m., so a little longer than today. We're going to be potentially making cookies for general handing out to people in school and the community. I may also be doing some further recipe testing, but that might be on Thursday. I'm not really sure. We're going to be live next week on both Tuesday and Thursday starting at noon, sometime between 12 and 12:30 as per usual. And then after that, live again the next Tuesday. So there may be a stream somewhere in there. Like I said, I wanted to be doing a, I want to test my IRL setup again. I have some ideas on why it wasn't working the way I wanted it to before. So I may pop up on the alt channel. There's a link to that in chat. It's not really an alt. It's, I stream on it when I don't care about numbers or anything. When I'm just like, I just need a place to stream to test stuff, or, it's going to be like only an hour or whatever. So feel free to follow there. Tuesday we'll be back in the kitchen. And Callie, I do recipe development I do freelance recipe development. That's it's how I make the money. So I also do testing. I only test my own recipes on stream. I don't test other people's recipes on stream, because that would be good. I don't want to do that. Anyway, we're going to raid Mrs. Handy's Kitchen. So we're going to start that raid right now. Goodbye commands are on. We got the good one. Here are some raid commands in chat. If you want to use them, feel free. Here are a few places to go follow me elsewhere on the internet. The best place to do that, I would love it if you would follow on YouTube, please. Please. I just posted a short yesterday. I posted a short on Instagram, or posted a reel on Instagram and a short on YouTube. I would love it if you went and subscribed on YouTube and liked and commented on those things. Please. If basil is yellow, what should you do? Put it in your bag in the freezer that you make stock out of later. There's no saving it once it's yellow. At least not that I know of. I mentioned YouTube. I'm going to mention it again. There's a specific link to YouTube in chat. I really need to get to 500 followers so I can monetize that channel. Please go subscribe on YouTube. It would be wonderful if you did that, and I would appreciate you greatly. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your week and weekend. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday. Have a lovely Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. If I don't see you on the Out With Dad channel before then, and if I don't see you next Tuesday for stream from 12 to 7 p.m., I'll see you in chat. Goodbye.